Thank you for your patience. As I stated, committee, we have several committees going on today, and we had to make sure that we were live before we could begin. And so we are going to start right away with our first conferees. And each of you have 3.5 minutes. We do have a timer so that we can stay on time. Thank you all for being here. We're going to begin with Catherine Meinhardt. Catherine, welcome to committee.
From the Kansas foster care system, and I'm currently fostering 2 siblings of my youngest adopted children. I'm the president of the Kansas FASD Support Network and the CEO of Dream Acres, a nonprofit FASD community. I come today to speak with you as we just wrapped up Fetal Alcohol Spectrum Disorders Awareness Month. This hidden disability runs rampant through our child welfare system in Kansas. All 7 of my previously mentioned children experienced prenatal substance exposures to illegal substances and alcohol. Many have misconception that drugs are worse, but I'm here to highlight the damage that alcohol causes and the lasting impacts that it has on our kids on into adulthood, and the monetary costs that it impacts on our communities. Fetal alcohol spectrum disorders is an umbrella term used to describe a lifelong range of conditions that impacts the brain and body. FASD is a developmental disability resulting in a neurodiversity at a rate of about 1 in 20, far more common than autism rate of 1 in 44. A common misconception is that an individual has to have facial features to have been affected or exposed. It's very clear that children and young adults with those sentinel facial features represent less than 10% of all individuals harmed by prenatal alcohol exposure. That's due to the fact that the facial features are formed along with most major body systems long before a woman knows that they're pregnant. Alcohol remains the most frequently used substance during pregnancy, second only to tobacco. 2020 study found that current use of alcohol during pregnancy among women ages 18 to 44 increased from 9.2% in 2011 to 11.3% in 2018. And then the rates increased from 2.5% to 4% in 2020 for binge drinking. In 2020, the CDC found reports of alcohol use among pregnant women in the first trimester at almost 20%. They also found over 40% of pregnant women who reported current alcohol use reported using at least one other substance. So what does that look like? For starters, overall, the 1 in 20 is exponentially higher when we look at children and youth involved in the child welfare system. One study found that over 86% of foster and adoptive youth with an FASD have never been pre-diagnosed, or they've been misdiagnosed. Misdiagnosis or misdiagnosis happens for various reasons, including the lack of screening and testing, complexity of the symptoms, stigma and fear, and lack of education and training. Now in the practical, I'll tell you what this looks like. It looks like the 7-year-old that had come to my home unable to read. He was diagnosed with ADHD, and we would sit and sound out words and hop on pop. He'd learn tall, ball, wall, turn the page, and he couldn't recognize any of those words because the picture changed. Therefore, the context was different, and his brain just couldn't do it. We had to learn that all over again. It looks like a 2nd grader who crawls around on the floor acting like a cat or dog in class. Not age appropriate for an 8-year-old, but perfectly normal when you take into account the cognitive age is usually about half. So yes, we would expect a 4-year-old to play. It looks like my 6-year-old who some days can't even recognize his clothing that he's given for the day to get dressed. It looks like my 18-year-old who needs services and supports. He should have been placed on an IDD waiver wait list when he was diagnosed at 7. Now there's a 10-year wait list. Our children are struggling, and we're failing our children. 61% of adolescents and 58% of adults with an FASD have been in legal trouble. Children with an FASD are easily frustrated and require a stable, structured home and school environment. Adjusting to a new home or new family at new school is not only traumatic, but is very difficult. Kids with an FASD can benefit from early and accurate diagnosis. FASD-informed care, interventions, and mental health supports, consistent routines, concrete language, and learning and supervision. I thank you for your time, and I would stand for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. In committee, we will hold questions until the end of the conference, and thank you for staying within your time, Catherine. Now we'll move to Lindsay Prater.
Good morning. My name is Lindsay. I'm here today from Hutchinson to tell you our story. I'd like to thank you all for allowing me to speak, and I hope what I have to say will have an impact. Our nightmare began in March of 2022 when my teenage daughter was placed into state custody via St. Francis Ministries. I never would have guessed I'd be a parent dealing with this situation. This is purely a mental health issue where my daughter's behaviors became so unpredictable and dangerous. We have never been in trouble with the law enforcement or DCF, and I have always prided myself on being an upstanding citizen and have tried to pass those values to my children. I am the mother of a teen daughter with severe mental health issues. Prior to her being placed out of home and in the care of St. Francis Ministries, I exhausted every resource available, from in-home services to twice-weekly therapy. Despite my best efforts and the efforts of multiple professionals working with us, my daughter was placed in state custody due to her being a danger to everyone in the home. I could stand here all day and talk to you about all the shortcomings, horrific, and even life-threatening experiences that we have been through with St. Francis Ministries, but I am only allowed a few minutes. In June of 2022, 4 months after my daughter was approved for a bed, we got word that a PRTF had a bed for her. However, her caseworker turned down the bed, stating my daughter did not qualify. This worker went against the advice of the therapist working with my daughter and made the decision to turn down the open bed with little explanation for her choice. That was only the beginning of what was issue after issue and lie after lie that I've dealt with. In March of 2023, when we went to court, the judge was astonished and angered by the facts of the case. The judge ordered the case closed and my daughter to be placed back into my care immediately. This was due to the severe neglect occurring at the hands of St. Francis Ministries. My daughter was not enrolled in school from December 2022 to March 2023. She was not being given her medications, some of which were antipsychotics, and she had not been in therapy since December 3rd, 2022, despite court orders and recommendations from her psychological evaluation. Due to the negligence of St. Francis Ministries, she came home. I had her enrolled in school, back in therapy, and taking her medications regularly within that week. Since my daughter's mental health was neglected by St. Francis Ministries for so long, she had deteriorated, and her behavior was much worse than when she was removed from my home 10 months prior. In June of 2023, her behavior was unmanageable to the point law enforcement was involved, and after spending time in juvenile detention, she was placed back into state custody where she remains today. This time around has not been any different. It is clear that no one holds St. Francis Ministries accountable for their actions. My daughter turned 17 last weekend, and per St. Francis Ministries, I am a danger to my child and was not allowed to see her. I am not a danger to her. I have upset staff at St. Francis Ministries by working with the Kansas Division of the Child Advocate and have reported several concerns to proper authorities. Because I caused trouble, I am not allowed to see my daughter. I know that what my family has experienced with St. Francis Ministries is not an isolated experience. I worry about other children in their care that do not have someone advocating for them, what they are experiencing. I know my daughter has made friends with other foster kids, and they all share similar stories. I know of at least 2 teens that have died in the care of St. Francis just in the past few months, and several more who have overdosed and used illegal substances, in some cases right in front of staff. My daughter being one of them, when she was handed her medication by a staff member and proceeded to take the whole bottle. As a parent in Kansas, I expect better. I know we can do better. Community mental health is providing subpar services, partially due to lack of funding. Foster care agencies are contracted and allowed to provide less than adequate services with no repercussions. Our system is broken and needs a reset. I am urging the Joint Commission to step up and hold contracted services accountable. Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. Now we'll go to Nick Reinecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee, for allowing me to speak today. My name is Nick Reinecker from Inman, Kansas. I ask that you read my attachments, number 6, 8, 10, 12, and 16. That's 6, 8, 10, 12, and 16, as well as the rest. I'm not a fan of the DSM, and I think that cannabis should not be on the Controlled Substances Act. We have to do something different. More money and more government is not working. I've given you 3 things now that you can do that's free. Eliminate the no-fault divorce state, deschedule cannabis, and I didn't have to teach my children to be bad or evil, nor did my parents have to teach me to be evil. And it was my wife and I's responsibility to train up our child in the way that they should go. The current policy trajectory that is tied to the DSM is concerning, in that we could be headed to a place where a person who has a mental health diagnosis and then murders someone will say, "Whew, thank God that person is mentally ill, otherwise that would have been bad or evil." Yesterday, as I was listening to the Senate Education and the Russ Jennings Joint Correction in this committee, I began to feel as if Kansas taxpayers are being deceived. By the way, where does lying fit in all this? Never mind. But between illegal at-risk funding usage, evidence-based practices that are not really evidence-based, state gambling revenues for gambling, problem gambling going to addiction services that's going to inflate diagnosis, more money and more government, I myself could do cluster of symptoms and get diagnosed with anxiety and need some medication, but I digress. So I also was surprised to hear that a child could batter their mother and not assess high enough to be placed in detention. That doesn't make any sense. And let's look at that example. This child in clinician care has a cluster of symptoms, gets diagnosed with ADHD or ODD, gets prescribed legal amphetamine drugs, and if the behavior continues, the doc then may put the child on an atypical antipsychotic, which means that the FDA did not approve it for that. So he's got the Adderall or the amphetamine making his body and his brain go high, and he's got the atypical antipsychotic making his body go down. So even without a sin nature, how is that child supposed to sit at school and learn, let alone become a productive member of society? I hear a lot about getting these children the help they need. Children as well as adults need relationship, love, authentic caring, and I don't have all the answers. But I urge you not to join the peer pressure of, come on, we got to do something to help the kids. Public safety, right? My constituents are on me. But no, you must stand on principle, constitutional applications in the spirit of the Declaration of Independence. And the DSM is not it. Talk about the descheduling of cannabis. It could decrease the foster care placements by at least 10%. And in a state that has 60% higher national average foster care, I think that would be a good beginning. Hundreds of Kansans have Missouri medical cannabis cards. Are we going to torment those people? What are we going to do with that? So regardless of the behavior versus heart change debate or the optics of profiting off of chemical restraint, I ask that you just say no to idolatry and just say yes to faith, family, and freedom, to do what we ought, which is liberty with morality. And by the way, I know we can't have it a government-sanctioned program, but I do know one that is a one-size-fits-all, and I've seen them for free, and it's the King James Version of the Bible. Thank you, and I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Nick. And next we have Ashley Crego. Thank you, Ashley. And next we have Sherry Lesher.
I'm already struggling, I'm sorry. I was hopeful and optimistic that we'd hear back from at least one person after last meeting. We have not heard from anyone, not one soul. I sat here last time and I listened to certain speakers acting like this was a horrible tragedy and acting like it was the first time hearing of it, when in actuality they've known about it for years and chose to do zero about it. The late Gail Finney was helping us on our horrific journey and emailing me certain responses from people she had contacted about AJ. Oletha is aware. Also, I understand that while my son's urn might make people in the dome a bit uncomfortable, which is the explanation we were given for why we were cut out last time, this is our reality. This is what I look at every day sitting on my mantle. It's not him. It's all I've got left. And this is the result of an agency's negligence and carelessness with a child. Imagine, if you will, a 2 or 3-year-old in a room full of open pill bottles. Someone would immediately pick that child up and move that child, get him out of the danger, get him out of harm's way. The whole world was like that for AJ. He had impulse control irregularities. He could not control his impulses at all. Imagine that 2 or 3-year-old ingesting said medicine. Someone would make sure that child was medically okay. Imagine AJ already on 4 psychotropic meds and a trained St. Francis worker finding out he just tested positive for Oxycontin. Would the appropriate response be, he just told you he wouldn't do it again before he walked out the door? If it had been the first time, it still wouldn't be okay, but the fact of the matter is, that was exactly why we were seeking his removal. We have report after report of AJ doing these kinds of things with St. Francis paperwork redundantly stating no safety concerns. AJ was still a child. AJ was still my child. I'm curious why no one has ever asked to see the BSRB report. Then you can find out how scammy that really is. Ask us how this entire fight has broken our family. I'm positive that if this happened to a family member of yours, there'd be a price to pay. My child mattered no less than yours. And I'm going to keep showing up with AJ until you show me something, because talk is cheap.
Thank you, Sherry. And now, next we have Stacy Crow.
Good morning, committee. I finally had the courage to file the complaint against Williams GAL. We received the decision from the disciplinary board on September 11th, and I have attached it to my written testimony. According to the disciplinary board, a GAL's compliance to Supreme Court Rule 110A are outside of the disciplinary board's jurisdiction. Due to this, our complaint was dismissed. The disciplinary board stated in its letter, "It is the court hearing a case that ensures compliance with the Supreme Court Rule 110A. The disciplinary board so has no jurisdiction to hold a GAL accountable to the job that they are being paid to do with our tax dollars. This is another major problem of our broken system." William spent 18 and a half months in the custody of DCF. During his time in DCF custody, and this was from his birth until 18 and a half months old, William's GAL failed to ever meet him. William's GAL failed to contact his 2 teachers that were in our home weekly. William's GAL refused to meet or even speak to his caregivers. She absolutely refused to even speak to us. The GAL refused to listen to William's adoption caseworker that was in our home monthly. The GAL refused to acknowledge bonds and attachments to his sibling and others in our family. The GAL failed to consider consistency, stability, William's sense of belonging, and identity. William's GAL, she delayed permanency by filing motions that were contrary to both federal and state law. With no real firsthand knowledge of our family except our family size, ignoring all federal and state laws, the GAL filed motions and used her influence with the judge to try and have William direct placed to a different family. Please pass House Bill 2070. William's case was a result of a judge and a GAL that knew they could not be appealed. William had lived with us for more than half of his life. We are a relative placement, and William was with his full biological brother. The comment, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed baby could have a better family, he didn't have to be raised with his disabled brother, is discriminatory and racist. My question still today is better by whose standards? House Bill 2070 would allow an appeal process to ensure Zinc laws are followed and personal agendas hidden away in confidential Zinc orders could be brought to light. I want to quickly address our family size. We are a large family. There is no doubt about that. We did not have 19 children in our home, and we never have. We do have our own homegrown support system of some of the most amazing people you will ever meet. Not only have we adopted 10 children ourselves, we have 3 adopted grandchildren. I ask, before you make an opinion about us, come meet us. Come to our home, sit at our table, have a meal with us. Or better, come to a football or basketball game and see what child has the largest cheering section. Having adult children that support and love all their siblings is something I can only describe as pure joy as a mother. Being a mom to each of our children is the greatest reward of my life. Children are a gift from the Lord, and every child deserves to have a family, to know they are loved, safe, wanted, and belong. Each of us is called to make a difference. Please pass House Bill 2070, as innocent children deserve the protection of the law. And I just want to say that House Bill 2070 is definitely a good start. Thank you for your time, and I will answer questions at the appropriate time.
Thank you. Committee, we are just, if you have a question, I see Representative Humphreys has the first question. If you could tell us which of the conferees, and then if anybody else has a question of that conferee, if you would then alert our
My question's
team.
for Lindsay. Madam Chair, so it's okay to start? Yeah. Okay, so first, Lindsay, I do want to have a couple questions for you, but first, I just really appreciate everyone coming. I encourage you to keep coming. Thank you. I appreciate your persistence. Thank you for fighting for your kiddos, so keep coming, but I do have a few questions for you, Lindsay. So just so I understand, your 16-year-old was not taken out of the home because of neglect or abuse.
No, ma'am.
And so was it at your initiation the first time or DCF, or how did that happen?
It all started where her behaviors had become so unmanageable. I was pursuing a PRTF, a psychiatric residential treatment facility.
Yep.
I had to jump through multiple hoops to get her approved. She was approved, and we were basically waiting for a bed, and she was just absolutely unmanageable, battering myself. I have a 3-year-old in the home. We couldn't.
And so did DCF offer you family services to help take care of what was going on in your home?
We did have some in-home therapy 3 times a week. We had services in place. It just wasn't enough, and there were absolutely no other options of where she could go until that bed became open, and it was a predicted about 4-month waiting period.
And so when she was removed and adjudicated as a child in need of care, she got a GAL. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And how would you describe the success of the GAL working on her behalf?
He doesn't.
And did you have an attorney?
I did.
Did you have to hire that attorney yourself?
I had a court-appointed attorney.
You had a court appointed, and how would you evaluate the help that you got from your court-appointed attorney?
I feel like she does an okay job. I know she's busy and overwhelmed, but she tries. It's just.
And do you know what your rights are? Were you given the information what your rights are as a family member? Just, family therapy within 30 days. It's different, there's different. Were you told what your rights are and what happened to those rights?
No, I was not told the rights, and it's been a mess.
Mm-hmm. And were you told of different hearings? Did you know when there were going to be hearings and different things coming up? I mean, were you kept in the loop? And
At first, yes. I was kept in the loop with stuff, mostly because I was very adamant about still being in control of my child and still trying to advocate for her, even though I didn't have custody of her.
yeah, and so I don't know what the answer is, but I want everyone to understand that this is not an isolated situation. I was on the phone actually this morning about a person who has a very similar situation, and we need to do something about it, and families need to understand what their rights are. And the caseworker, last question, thank you, Madam Chair, is who did you feel like was in charge? Like, who was making all those decisions?
The caseworker.
The caseworker that worked for St. Francis?
St. Francis, yes.
And I wonder how many people were on that caseworker's load, and how long had that caseworker been working for St. Francis?
And I think we are on our 5th caseworker right now. And in fact, my daughter is currently in a PRTF. And I haven't been able to visit her or talk to her because the caseworker just told the PRTF staff that I was a danger to her and I'm not allowed to see her. That was a decision that caseworker made with really just because she's angry that I have turned her in several times for different things. And now the PRTF people are trying to get a hold of her. They've been trying to get a hold of her for weeks. She didn't show up to the meeting with insurance last week. They haven't been able to get a hold of her. They haven't been able to get her to return calls because they need to know why I can't see her, because we need to do family therapy and get stuff in place while she's in the PRTF, and we cannot do that because the caseworker will not return calls and they cannot get a hold of her.
Okay, thank you for making this public and making us aware, and I just pray that we'll be able to do something.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you, Lindsay. And Senator Faustido has a question for Ashley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Ashley, and your mom, Sherry, and telling your story about AJ. And you're right, Representative Gail Finney was helping you, and then I kind of got in the mix. And in Wichita, we did have an event that was hosted by the African American Affairs Commission, and that meeting was already in place prior to me meeting you guys, and I just invited you there to, perhaps there might be someone there that could help you. But my main question, because I've heard your situation a couple of times, and I appreciate you coming, and I live in Wichita, so I've heard the multiple complaints from individuals regarding St. Francis, and just as Representative Humphreys has shared. But what exactly could be done or to address AJ's situation? I know we can't bring him back, but what do you, the sister and your mother sitting behind you, want to happen to make it, to make it right with you? Thank you, Madam Chair.
As far as the job that I have, I work specifically with autistic individuals, and it's something that's concerning because a lot of the kiddos that I do have, I can see it. I can see what happened to my brother happening to them. It's like waiting for a train to crash, and everyone can see it, and there is nothing in place to stop it. There are policies, there are procedures at St. Francis. They're included in the paperwork. They just weren't followed. Even one of the pages that was included in the billing document says case planning goals met with a check mark and then child deceased, and there are 3 signatures on it. And no one thought to reach out or check or investigate in any kind of way. Like, I don't know the nice way to say, just do your job, but if people were following those rules and procedures, this would not be a possibility. And if I were to do any of the things kind of that they're getting away with, I would be fired. And that specific worker still works there.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Committee, I wanted to get us back on track. However, I do want to make a couple of quick statements here. One is I had the same question about resolution, and it sounds like what I'm hearing is, if you could come back to the microphone, Ashley, is that resolution for you, it sounds like would be for whoever this person was, the caseworker for your brother to be fired. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Not necessarily, because it wasn't just the worker. It wasn't just that person as an individual. It's the whole agency. It's kind of a trickle-down thing. I'm not sure what that would look like because it hasn't been in place, and these issues are still continuing to happen. There are children that I've worked with that have also died in their care. Like, it's not being fixed. And everyone keeps saying falling through the cracks and systemic failure. Why is that an option?
Thank you. Also, you mentioned something about, you know, the videos here are recorded live, and then they stay. So what do you mean you were left out of the video?
Last time, whenever we presented, we showed up on the live, but on the actual YouTube video that was posted, it starts as my mom is walking away and after our testimony was already presented.
I have no idea how that could have happened. We can check with our AV staff here, but I can assure you there was nobody on this committee that would want to leave you off. Yes, it was live, and it was my understanding that it starts right at the beginning of the committee when any chair welcomes people to come to committee. But thank you for letting us know that. And Stacy Crow, you had mentioned HB 2070. I've asked Jenna on staff here if she would address that. So she's just going to talk about what is in HB 2070 for the listeners.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jenna Moyer, Office of Revisor Statutes, and this bill came up during the last joint meeting, and so our office has prepared a memo that will be available with the committee documents that goes over a more in-depth procedural and just substantive history of what's in the bill. But generally speaking, the substitute for House Bill 2070 would have established the Office of the Child Advocate and amend statutes to allow for access to confidential records. This bill would have amended KSA 382270, which relates to adoption of a child when parental rights have been terminated, and it would amend that statute to allow foster parents to request direct placement of the request direct placement by the court and appeal that decision if the foster parent was considered but not selected as a prospective adoptive parent. And as part of that would have required DCF secretary to develop and enforce adoption selection policies to comply with this section and report to the legislature about compliance with that section. It would have also amended KSA 382202 to subject that adoption statute to the federal Indian Child Welfare Act and amend KSA 382273 to add that placement of a child after termination of parental rights was an appealable order.
So I heard you say nothing about reprimanding a GAL in that bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do not believe that any of the guardian ad litem statutes were changed in this section, or in this would have been changed in
Thank
House Bill
you.
2070.
I think in our last committee meeting, there was a misunderstanding that that was part of that bill. Thank you so much. Thank you for all of our conferees for being here. And now we'll move to Secretary Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You have my testimony in front of you, and as I go through the testimony today, I'll also, at some point in my testimony, bring in virtually a couple of our regional directors to give you a little bit more in-depth understanding of some of the work that's happening in our regions, particularly related to some of our partnerships with judicial DAs and the like. But I wanted to start, as I usually do, with just some basic data about the system. So you can see first on slide 4, in terms of the number of youth in foster care, we've seen that number drop in September to just below 6,000 children. That's the fewest number of children we've had in the system since 2014. And you can see the trajectory over time. Obviously, we've talked a lot about some of the various prevention work, Families First and the like, that has been one facet of impacting that. On the next page, you'll see also just the cohort of children entering care, so just the entries into care. And again, I think as we talked last time, we did see in the last fiscal year kind of the smallest entry cohort, less than 3,000 in about 18 years in terms of entry into care. One more piece of data just related to entry and exits from care on page 6, where you can compare since 2018 the entries and exits each year. And then on page 7, in terms of the reasons.
Interrupt you just a moment.
Yes.
Committee, there are 2 slides for the secretary. This would be the second one that's on page 2 of our testimonies. Thank you. Please continue.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. You'll see me a couple times today. That's correct. On slide 7, just an update on the reasons that children enter foster care. And again, this really just breaks out the reasons, according to our statutory scheme in Kansas, for the basis of abuse or neglect or the basis of a family in need of assessment. And you can see that, for example, in state fiscal year 23, 61% of the children who entered care was for a reason of abuse or neglect. About 39% were a family in need of assessment. And I'm really mindful as I think about some of the testimony you just heard. When we think about families in need of assessment, this could be issues to do with child behavior, families not able to cope. So thinking about some of the discussions you just heard about children with maybe serious mental health issues happening, and certainly in Kansas, we see a lot of youth entering the foster care system, which is why, I think as we continue to talk about that we need to do work inside the foster care system for how we best serve those youth. And you've supported some efforts of investments in the last couple years for things like family foster care, things like family functional treatment. We just added a new service to our Medicaid system in Kansas called behavior intervention. But we also need to continue to do that work to be able to serve those youth so that a child who has those needs doesn't have to come into foster care to try to get services. I mean, our mental health system, the services available in the community to support that child and family. So again, I continue to think about this as a both and. We need to do better inside our system, but we also need to do better in not having youth come into foster care in order to try to access services when there's not any issue of abuse or neglect in those circumstances. On page 8, just another data point that we've also talked about as well has to do with the proportion of youth that come into care through DCF as the requester compared to the court. And again, about 60/40 or 57% through DCF, 43% through the court side. And as we've talked before, I think one of the concerns I have with this is some of the services that we've been able to put in place in Kansas in the last few years. For example, with Families First, we often don't have the option to make those services available to families before some of that decision is made about custody. So again, part of the work that that we're really trying to do hard with some of our judicial partners and our district attorney partners. I put some data in on slide 9 based on some conversation that we had last time. I had talked with you last time about some of the performance update of Kansas under the Federal Child and Family Services Review, and we talked quite a bit about we've talked about this quite a bit over the years. The fact that children in foster care in Kansas stay in care longer than the national average, and some of the work that we're trying to do with our judicial partners on that. But we also talked about the fact that Kansas has a higher rate of entry into care, but we didn't have that data for you last time. I know I've followed up with some of you individually on that. But you can see that even though I talked with you, a few slides ago about the fact that we've really reduced the number of youth in care from what was a high of, more than 7,600 to less than 6,000, we still have a rate of entry into care that's almost twice as high as the national average. So the national rate of entry of youth into foster care is about 2.4 per 1,000 kids in a state. Our rate of entry in Kansas is 4.36 per 1,000. So we rank 46th out of 52 jurisdictions across the country for the rate of entry into care. In other words, children in Kansas are far more likely to enter into care. And again, as I talked with you on the prior slides, part of that is even the way that our statutes are constructed. In many states, children can't enter into care if there's not an issue of abuse or neglect. So again, I think that continues to be an important policy conversation. But as I also said, the answer isn't just children don't enter into care. We need to have the services and supports that those children and families need. But again, I wanted to share that information about the rate of entry because that had come up at the last meeting, that we have both an issue with children staying too long in care, but also just the proportion of youth in Kansas who actually enter care. And again, if you look back at the split between those children who are abuse, neglect, or those children who are families in need of assessment, that tells you an awful lot about why those numbers are higher in Kansas. Our good news to celebrate on the prevention side, and I think, too, this is partly why you hear myself and a lot of advocates and stakeholders talking a lot about prevention, not just about Family First, although it's really a good news story, but about how much more robust our investment can be in Kansas to really be able to support families at the community level. But I did include the Family First slides as I do on page 10. Again, since the inception of Family First, almost 4,300 referrals for services. Almost half of those related to mental health, about a quarter of those related to parent skill building. And then our numbers continue to track at just around 89 or 90% on page 11 in terms of those youth who from 12 months from the time of service referral who've remained together at home without the need for foster care. So we've stayed right around that 90% level. It'll be 89, it'll be 91, it'll be 90. Again, continuing to see that. 6% of children and youth served have been placed in foster care during the case. But again, 89% who've reached 12 months from the time of service have remained safely at home with their families. So again, that continues to be good news. And thanks to your investments and the governor's investments, starting July 1, we had some expansion for the program. We talked about this during the session, but I know it's been a little while since we've talked about it. But we were able, in new contracts starting July 1, to expand the program called multi-systemic therapy. statewide. And that's a very, very effective program with older youth. And so it's been one of our most effective Family First programs. So we're excited to make that available statewide. We've also been able to fund new substance use services. Still maybe not enough in terms of the overall investment in Family First, but we had very few in the first round of grants, and we were able to expand those in the new grants with the additional funding that you had. So again, just some basic data that I wanted to share with you. I also wanted to give this committee an update on some things that came up during last session and also during this committee. I think a couple of you may have been involved in some issues related to delays of birth certificates and some of the work with KDHE to actually access birth certificates for youth in care. And there was actually a bill that was introduced last session, and I committed, along with Secretary Stanek, that we would work together to address that issue. And I wanted to just give you an update on the memorandum of agreement that we've been working on across our agencies. We really had two issues. One, and I know some of you were involved in a very, very specific case where there was a very, very lengthy delay that went on for many months in terms of getting a birth certificate for a child where it was difficult to confirm where the child was born. There wasn't anyone present at the time of birth. And this was a very, very difficult process. So we worked with KDHE. I understand, in their role as vital statistics and with the statutes and regulations there, they certainly have to be careful that they're not issuing a birth certificate that's not legitimate, that a child isn't a victim of human trafficking or various things like that. But so we've entered into an agreement that after looking at common forms of documentation to get the delayed birth certificate. It could be a medical care record, it could be a lease, it could be a police report, it could be a benefit application. But if that's not available, and if we can get an affidavit from the parent or a family member about the circumstances of that birth, then they will issue that birth certificate. It's a very, very interesting circumstance because in many ways, thinking about the baby box bill, it was easier to get a birth certificate for a baby who was abandoned than in this circumstance where the mother was alive, but there had been no one in attendance at the birth and really little documentation of any presence in Kansas. So we've resolved that issue, and that case has now moved forward. I think the adoption that was pending this birth certificate is now close to finalization. The larger issue was just more generally, how do we speed up access to birth certificates? I just talked about length of time in care, right? And length of time it takes for adoptions to get finalized and those things. So we are finalizing an agreement, a memorandum of understanding with KDHE where they're going to dedicate specific employees at Vital Statistics that their entire focus will be on birth certificates related to child welfare. We're gonna share some of the costs of that. We're gonna have specific procedures on when those birth certificates are asked for, so we don't get into the issue of your journal entry's too old now. You sent us one, but there's been another court hearing, so we need a new one. So we'll wait 3 more months to get the new journal entry. So those things will all be resolved. We're also gonna take kind of the billing issue off the table for our partners. So we will just do an interagency payment, and our partners will just be able to access specific people at Vital Statistics, request the birth certificate, and get that in an expedited manner. So again, I wanted to report on that. I think it's a good success, an example of partnership between agencies. It obviously won't solve every issue we're talking about, but certainly will streamline that process and not have paperwork be the reason for delays in children reaching permanency. So again, we're happy to share that with you as we get that signed. We should get that signed here yet this fall. So we're excited about that. Next, I wanted to spend some time in this testimony going a little bit deeper on some of the work that we've been doing as an agency around the 4 questions. And you've heard me talk about this. I think you've heard some of our judicial partners talk about this, as there's certainly been a lot of interest and excitement about this. But just as a reminder, the 4 questions is really a project that's based on a pilot program in Iowa where 7 judges began asking 4 questions before they made a decision to remove a child from a home. And the questions, I've got those laid out for you again on page 17, but they really all have to do with how we can best keep a child safe, and recognizing that removal from the home when safety doesn't require that, has its own impact on a child. So, what can we do to remove the danger instead of the child? Can someone the child or family knows move into the home to remove the danger? Can the caregiver and child go live with a relative or friend? Could the child move temporarily? And as you've heard me talk before, when these 7 judges in Iowa did this work, they saw a 50% reduction in children coming into care in those jurisdictions. Now, and subsequently in Iowa, since they've done this project, they've actually moved forward and made changes in their law that requires different things to happen at the front end. Requiring the court to find that the need for removal outweighs the potential harm that removal can bring to a child. So really putting in a requirement of substantial evidence, also requiring judges to seek the least restrictive care for a child. So, again, through that pilot program and as the law has gone into effect, they've also seen an increase in initial placement with family and relatives. And as you know, we've done a lot of work in terms of those initial placements, and have really increased kin placements in this state. But so in terms of the 4 questions, we don't have legislation here in Kansas. There's not like some law or policy, but we've been doing some work in our regions and with our partners in implementation around this. And so what I wanted to do today was to give a couple of our regional directors a chance to let you know kind of what they've been doing, what that partnership has looked like with law enforcement, with prevention partners. And so the first person that's going to visit with you for a few minutes is Anita Cooper, who is our regional director for Southeast Kansas, and she should be on WebEx. So.
Hello, good morning. Thank you, Secretary Howard and the Child Welfare Oversight Committee for the opportunity to share how we're utilizing the 4 questions in the 16 counties in Southeast Kansas. Can I have the next slide? Hello? Next slide, please.
Yes, he's working on it. Give us 1 second here, but you can go ahead.
Okay, so the ways in which we're implementing the 4 questions in the Southeast region. We really start at the beginning. So when a worker goes out to assess a family's needs, they can begin to ask those 4 questions at the very beginning. Also, law enforcement and our prevention partners are starting to ask the 4 questions when they go out to a family and see that the family needs some help. So oftentimes, if law enforcement's involved, they may place the children into police protective custody, which sometimes can lead to children being placed in foster care. But they're finding that they ask one of those 4 questions, or all 4 questions, but usually the first one, can they remove the danger? That has prevented some families from having to go through the process of PPC. We also ask the questions at our team decision-making meetings and our family meetings, and that's where the family and their support system come together to determine if a child can remain safely with their home. So those 4 questions are included in that. Our family preservation partners are also using the 4 questions when considering the need for out of home. And then the 4 questions are included in our recommendations to the court, documenting the reasons we are recommending removal or presenting a strong safety plan that allows their children to remain safely with their family. So next, I'm going to share just a 2-minute video with you that kind of gives a big picture overview of how we've used it with a family in Southeast Kansas. Okay, I'm sorry, there should be some sound with this.
We're working on it. No, we
Thank
can't get the
you.
sound. Okay.
Okay.
Sounds like we can't get the sound.
Okay, so basically it was a story about a little boy named Logan who reported to a friend that his mother had hit him and that he didn't want to go home. So we met with the family and asked a few questions. Can the danger be removed? And no, the mother was the danger. He lived with his mom, who was a single parent. The second question was, can someone the family knows move in to assure safety? And the answer was no, because the family lived out of state. And the third question was, can the child go live with a family friend or relative? Or can the caregiver and the child? And the answer was no to that. But question number 4, could the child move temporarily with a family relative or friend? And the answer to that was yes. He had a church family that said that he could come live with them or stay with them for the weekend while we put prevention services in place, and that he could stay with the family long-term if needed. So this prevented the child being placed in PPC or entering into foster care. So I think we could end that video. Just a lot of celebrating about this family being able to stay together. Okay, so by the numbers, Southeast Region also has had requests to meet with our local law enforcement and our support personnel. So we were asked to present at a meeting that was coordinated by the Assistant County Attorney. It was the law enforcement agencies from 3 counties in Southeast Kansas, Crawford, Cherokee, and Labette. Those questions were shared with them there. We've also been getting calls from law enforcement asking for feedback. And we see that as a very positive mood in law enforcement. You know, they appreciate the support. PPC is kind of a long, drawn-out process for families, and so if we can avoid that, we want to do that. And then DCF continues to get requests to meet with local county attorneys to go over the 4 questions. And recently, the juvenile county attorney in Montgomery County requested that. So we see that as all very positive. And then the next slide. So what we have seen since we implemented this, and we continue to implement, family voice is included at the beginning of the assessment. There's an opportunity for strong safety planning at every stage. It allows our community partners to do more primary prevention. It's resulted in reduced trauma to children and families. It also demonstrates reasonable efforts to the courts. We've seen a slight decrease in our removals. I believe it's around 47 over the last 3 years, but it's 47 children that were able to stay safely with their families and not experience the trauma of removal. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Chanel Victory.
Hello, and thank you so much for having us here, to Secretary Howard, to the entire Committee of the Whole. What I'll say is that what we understand intimately in the Kansas City region and just across the entire state is that it's not one thing, it's all the things. And so as we're thinking about the 4 questions, it just fits so well and so nicely into what we were doing already as an agency. So when we think about the 4 questions is what I'm going to primarily focus on. We think about how in previous years, we haven't really weighed psychological safety for the child as high as we have with physical safety. It's something that was invisible. We kind of knew about it, but I think just with the need and the progression that everyone has regarding the mental health services that are in desperate need across many sectors in the schools and child welfare, that we need to make sure that that is always on our mind. And so with the 4 questions, the beauty of it is that it's so simple. You're just asking questions to remind yourself, man, what are some other options for this family? We can move to the next slide. All right, so as I mentioned, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. What we have also understood is how we're engaging with families is important. And before, it was very much a top-down approach, authoritarian. Didn't say that right, but you all know what I mean. But now it's understanding that we really need to be talking with families. We need to be understanding what are their strengths and who else can help support this family. It's why team decision-making meetings I'm in love with them, because as a former person who was in the courtroom as an attorney, there would be situations where families would come into court and they would have no idea why they were there because they really hadn't been talked to clearly about the reasons for the safety concerns. Whereas now when we have TDM meetings, it's clear. These are the safety concerns. This is how it impacts your child. And then the family has the opportunity to bring people who they trust and who can provide that safety for that family into the room and into the conversation as well. I would also have situations where grandparents would say, after the temporary custody hearing, I had no idea, right? Needing help, we need to make sure that we're not shaming that and that we're providing families the opportunity to get the help that they need. We can go to the next slide. So probably should also thank the legislature, because there was a call that we as regions needed to reach out to our stakeholders and have some very intimate conversations about just child welfare and how to make things better. And so we did that last year. And as a part of those meetings, what we found is that people who are doing this work really want to be in the same room, and they don't necessarily all talk to one another to understand how they help and who they help. And we know one person, one agency can't do everything. And so we need our community partners, we need our stakeholders to be in the room with us. And so in the Kansas City region, we decided that we were going to create a forum called the Connecting Kansas Families Community Forum. And it's a space where we invite all the social service agencies and entities doing the work to a room in our counties. And DCF presents, and a part of the presentation is the 4 questions. We're sharing with our community partners. This is how, from where you sit, how can you impact change? So asking them to really think through, man, how can you use these 4 questions? And then sharing some other services that we offer. But it's also an opportunity just for them to talk to one another. And the feedback that we've received is phenomenal. They enjoy being able to, people want to help families, and sometimes they don't have the capacity or they don't do that particular thing. And so knowing who to refer them to has been important for our region. So we're very happy that has been happening this year. You can go to the next slide. And so just to kind of end with that, the people who are invited to these community forums are mandated reporters. So our goal is to support mandated reporters. We want for them to have the tools that they need in order to help families and receive the information that they need. Again, I mentioned the discovering new programs, and then what we don't want is any more best kept secrets. And we have a lot of those in our world. And we need to make sure that there are no more best kept secrets, that we know what services can help families and how. You can go to the next slide. So this is just a slide of some information that we also share with our partners. Of course, they're not in our world every day. So we like to provide just what the trends are saying, how many reports are received, how many reports are specifically received in their specific community. They always like to understand that. And then also regarding adult reports received and assigned, because we know just because it comes in doesn't mean that it's necessarily assigned. And then just the ways that the Kansas Protection Report Center makes their decisions. You can go to the next slide. Like I mentioned, our partners really want to know what's happening in their specific community. So this is the information that we share with them. And Secretary Howard already shared this, but we've seen just a great decrease in the number of children coming into care, which we really account for the way that our staff are engaging with community, with the public, with individuals that we receive a report about. Now, regarding the 4 questions, staff, when they go out, they talk with the family, they understand what the issues are, what the concerns are. When they come back and they talk to their supervisor, the supervisor is asking the 4 questions, right? How can we do these things? How can we remove the danger? How can this child and caregiver go somewhere else? So they're asking these questions as they're making their decisions and their recommendations. The TDMs, the 4 questions are asked in the TDMs, the team decision-making meetings. And then we're also, one of our counties is including these questions in the petitions, like my colleague Anita Cooper mentioned as well. But you can see our region has had a 26% decrease of children in care. And so I think I'll just end with saying that I'm really appreciative of our leadership. This started with just reading a news article, reading an article, a Law Journal article about these 4 questions. And Secretary Howard and Deputy Secretary Tanya Keys were like, yes, you can reach out to them. And we were able to bring 2 of the judges here to really talk about it. And after that presentation, I'll say that it was electric, that there was a widespread belief and understanding that this is going to help families. And I'm just grateful, I know Anita and I both are, for the leadership that we have to be creative and innovative to help families. And I don't know if I'm yielding my time, I'm not really sure, but I'm going to pass it back.
thank you, Anita and Chanel, for sharing with us today. You know, there are things going on in the other regions, but I just wanted to just pick a couple of those regions as examples for you to get a sense of that. And I would call out, you know, Chanel really has been a leader on this. When she talked about bringing the 2 judges in from Iowa, and that wasn't just for like DCF staff. I mean, there was a whole education opportunity for our judicial partners, and it's been really a great entree, frankly, into some of the increased judicial engagement that we're involved in right now. I know some of you have been involved in some of the work going on in Sedgwick County through a partnership. Our regional director there has engaged through the Kansas Leadership Center to facilitate forums in the Wichita area related to the high entry of youth in care and just some longstanding pieces in Wichita. So I appreciate the engagement of legislators in those initiatives as well. So again, I'd be happy to take any questions, as I know Anita or Chanel would be as well.
Committee, we have about 10 minutes for questions, and I just want to say it looks like asking the 4 questions has reduced the number of children that have had to be taken out of the home. And we'll open the questions with Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try and make these quick. So, Secretary, we've got obviously the media here. Could you help explain why it is that you are not going to comment about the 5-year-old girl publicly today and the circumstances around her rape and murder?
Thank you, Senator. For those who may not be aware, there's a very tragic murder that took place here in Shawnee County just a couple of days ago, where a 5-year-old child was brutally killed. Very, very tragic circumstance. It's not uncommon when there is the death of a child that my agency gets asked about whether or not there has been any involvement by the agency related to that family. You know, under the terms of Kansas law, there are protections in terms of the release of information within the Child in Need of Care Code. So I actually do not have the legal ability to say anything in a public setting until certain additional things happen related to making a finding of abuse or neglect. I know it sounds technical, but it's a law, and it's really about protecting children and families. I can make comments in a closed executive session that this committee has the authority to do.
Thank you, and if I might, Madam Chair, want to follow up on a couple of things. You know, the testimony that we heard earlier today from a sister and from parents, it really sounds as if that Bill of Rights, the Gail Finney Bill of Rights that was passed into law, isn't really being followed. Not if parents are being denied the opportunities to see their child. So I guess I'm just wondering, when is it that the parents and foster parents and individuals are going to really be allowed for those Bill of Rights to be followed by DCF, but particularly by your contractors?
Senator, thank you for the question. I fully intend to follow up with the specific concerns that were raised today by the parent with regard to the Child Bill of Rights and the Foster Care Bill of Rights that were passed last session. I mean, we have done extensive work on that in terms of adding that into policy, making those available. We're working on additional efforts to, for example, on the youth side, how we can use, for example, our youth advisory committee to make sure that those Bill of Rights are written in such a way that youth can understand what their rights are and those can be real. So we have ongoing work going on that every day, Senator, and we'll be happy to keep you engaged in that. We absolutely believe in, every one of those rights that are there, and I certainly will hold my contractors accountable for carrying through with those rights.
Last question, it's more of a statement, but in an earlier interim session, it was on mental health. part of what we heard with the MHIT program that's in some areas of our state, but we continue to hear that foster children are put into a new school, but the school doesn't know they're foster kids. That the district isn't being informed that they're foster kids, and so they're not receiving those support services that are available just within the school. So again, I'm not sure how it is that a new child, not at the beginning of a school year, not at the beginning of, second semester, enters into a school district or a new school, and that information can't be communicated, but it was abundantly clear in that hearing that that is still going on. So I just felt it was, since you're here today, you needed to hear that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. And I might say we did do some follow-up after that hearing, and I mean we have put some specific processes in place. So we continue to follow up on those individual circumstances we hear about. I do believe it is far better than it was. I also won't be satisfied until there's not a circumstance where there's not a gap in that understanding.
Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just a couple questions. You mentioned that other states only remove children in abuse and neglect situations. So what do they do in a case with the assessment like we do? I mean, are the children not in state custody in that? What happens to those kiddos that can't stay home because of safety, not their safety, but the safety of the other family members?
I think it's a lot of different things, Representative. And I wouldn't say, gosh, it like never ever happens in a state where their laws are less open than our front door is. But I think the default is that the child is served through the community-based services that are there. In some cases, that means that states have more extensive services. And we're doing a lot of work in Kansas to expand the breadth of mental health services, the expansion of what's called the Certified Community Behavioral Health Clinics, which is really a cost-based reimbursement to our community mental health centers that requires them to have certain services. Some states have added services, for example, that are like therapeutic foster care, only they are pre-custody. Missouri has that. We've been talking about that, how we might be able to do that. It's kind of a resource that's similar to what happens in the disability world sometimes, where we could support a placement with trained family members in the absence of the child coming into care. So again, the work to increase the number of PRTF beds, the work to provide crisis supports across the state. I mean, we did mobile youth crisis. We have a contract at DCF, but we're far from having a robust crisis system across the state where not only can someone respond to the crisis, but if the child needs to leave the home temporarily, where might they go? There are some community mental health centers building services. So again, the answer, really ultimately is we have to have those robust services at the community level and across all of our systems to meet those needs.
And in a case like that, who would the child be in the custody of?
In a case like that, they would still be in the custody of their parents.
The parents
they would just be receiving services that they need, even if they weren't living in the home at that point in time.
Okay, because we all know the state doesn't make a great parent, so, Okay, but a quick question. And if this does have to do with what we're talking about, what is the policy of DCF if a child is born at a hospital in Kansas and the mom tests positive for, let's say, meth or cocaine or fentanyl? So the child is also going to be addicted at that point and in the NICU, which is but what is the policy at that point of the custody of the child?
It depends, Representative, on the circumstances. A report is usually then made by the hospital to DCF, and so a case is open through our Protection Report Center. It really depends upon the circumstances. I mean, what are the circumstances of that mother? What's the amenability to treatment? What are those various facets? What's the engagement of other family members? All those facets in any circumstance. There's not a hard and fast yes or no, then in every case a child would come into custody or not, that the infant would come into custody or not.
And who would be
it
making
really-
that decision?
I mean, it really comes through our investigatory process. I mean, you know, as our workers do that work and do that investigation.
Okay, and so the reason I ask about that is I am aware of a situation where a child was in the NICU for about a month, but then went back to the family, same family, you know, where mom had tested positive. But it's a month is a long time. Usually it's about 2 weeks, was my experience. But so I just, you know, yes, we want our foster care numbers to go down. It's super important. And I know we all agree safety is of utmost importance. I know it's a balancing act. And so my concern is we don't swing so far, like we got to get those numbers down. And so we don't take kids into custody when we should do that. So, I mean, yes, we love foster care numbers being lowered. We don't want that door wide open in Kansas. But just in public, I just want to say we can't swing so far to the other side that, you know, we're not taking that. And I know you agree with me, of course, and we all do.
Yeah,
But
absolutely. I mean,
it's just
absolutely
an
agree
awareness
with
factor.
you. You're right. You know, it was interesting. I mean, just in the context of like parental drug use, right? I had the opportunity to go to what we call our Kansas Practice Model Showcase. Actually, I think you might have been there for a little bit, Representative Kincannon, because I think you might, I don't know if you were able to make it or not. I think you had someone you knew was one of our workers. So in any event, it's just a forum we do each year where our workers come and they share stories of their work with families, and we've been doing it in Manhattan the last few years. This year it was really interesting because I cannot remember where the worker was from, but she was there, but she also had a mom there with her 1-year-old child, and it was a very similar circumstance to what you just talked about, right? Where the child was born. Drug-addicted mom, the child had drugs in their system, and, you know, and the work that was done around whether safety plans could be in place, whether or not in this circumstance it made sense to try to avert custody for that child. And in this circumstance, I mean, there was incredible family support. There was grandparent engagement, incredible family support. The mom was very motivated towards treatment. So they were able to keep the child, you know, with family members, and then with the mom. And it was just incredible to hear this mom talk a year and a half later, holding, you know, her 1.5-year-old child, about what that meant to her, that people believed in her, that she could change, and that, but again, she talked about the supports that she had, you know, from family, from community, and the supports from our workers. Again, not every circumstance is going to be like that, but some might be. And then in that circumstance, you say, wow, we averted that infant from coming into custody. They're doing great a year and a half later. Everything's good. Not every story would turn out that way, and not every decision would be the same at the front end, because in many cases, if you talked about even with the 4 questions, we wouldn't be able to answer those 4 questions in a positive way that would allow us to make a decision to keep the child safely out of care.
Representative Howerton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to follow up with you. I do thank you for the work that you've done with the birth certificates. I am working with a family, not the family you talked about, but where it was just a normal situation, and it took from April to mid-September to get a birth certificate that had no issues.
Yes.
And so,
yes,
completely unacceptable.
Yes.
But I would like you to consider in that policy where there are changes in case managers. It seemed like in this situation, the case manager changed, and so they had to start from scratch again. And that shouldn't happen, in my opinion. So if there's something that maybe you could put in that agreement or another agreement or something where they are not starting from scratch. And so I just, thank you. And then I wanted to follow up with Ms. Prater. She testified about the 4-month waiting period for a bed for her teenager. And I'm not really familiar with that. So you don't have to give me the information now, but I would like some information on what that process looks like and why there's 4 months.
We can provide that. We
Thank you.
actually report that to the Bethel Committee every time, and my staff at KDADS track that. Within the PRTF system, we do have a waiting, the psychiatric residential treatment facilities, there is a waiting list for services. There's not a waiting list actually right now for children's acute mental health in the acute care hospitals, the private hospitals, but for the residential treatment programs, it would be a longer stay. There is, and we've done some great work to increase the number of PRTF beds. We've added about 170 PRTF beds in the last 5 years, but then around the same time, the COVID workforce shortage hit, and many of those PRTFs are only operating at 60 or 70% capacity while they're trying to address workload. The last I looked, I think there were 99 youth on the wait list. About 40 of those were in foster care. But we try to work that. I have staff at KDADS who kind of work that list every week with the MCOs. Are there other services the family could get? Are they on the SED waiver, et cetera, et cetera. So there's sort of active work on that every week to say, what might we do? But we do need to continue to expand the capacity in that system. I've seen some growth in the proportion of beds they're able to staff in the last 6 or 8 months. So again, that's the short answer. We can give you some more detail, Representative.
And our last question is from Senator Fasquedo, very quick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary Howard, thank you so much for the Iowa pilot program on the 4 questions and what you're doing, or they are doing over in Kansas City and Southeast Kansas. So you said that it's just a policy or something that people are doing, and trying to do. Do we need legislation to put that in place? Because, Madam Chair, a lot of times we'll do some great work and then people will kind of rotate in and out of those positions and we lose the momentum of that good work. So number 1 question, do we need legislation to implement the 4 questions throughout the law enforcement, everybody involved? And then, Madam Secretary, so to the representative question about the birth certificate and the social workers have to start all over, that's something I've been saying forever. So what can we do, Secretary, to if families get a new caseworker, they go to court, whatever the situation is, I mean, are they handwriting their notes and then they are lost and the new secretary doesn't get them anymore? Can we use technology and like type it up and transfer it? I don't know. What can we do to address that situation? Thank you so much, Madam Chair, Secretary.
Yeah, very quick. In terms of the birth certificate response, I mean, our intention is that the birth certificate is sought early in the case and it will be available regardless of whether or not case managers change in terms of where we'll have those stored. So that will be addressed in that. In terms of the 4 questions, I mean, the 4 questions per se don't require something in statute. I mean, I think the broader policy questions about how wide do we want the front door to be? Do we want there to be an opportunity to offer prevention services through the police protective custody door? I mean, those are all, I think, policy questions for this group in terms of the sync code. But in terms of the 4 questions themselves, those don't need to be in law per se.
Secretary, Madam Chair, if I may, so Secretary, though, but just in general, all of our concerns over the years, it seems like lawmakers, we will get the issue up front, And then by the time we go through that whole process of contacting someone in your office to talk about it, because of confidentiality purposes, the social workers won't talk to us. By the time we get the information, again, it's a new social worker, and it's just that lack of sharing information to help that family. So is there something that we could do to stop from that snowball, to address it up front when we lawmakers first hear about it? How are we addressing that, Madam Chair?
Frankly, Senator, the best answer on that is going to be the implementation of our comprehensive child welfare information system that both DCF and all of our contractors will be connected with. We are in the bid selection process right now. After a long time coming. And again, we'll be able to give you more information as we get closer to the session about what that timeline and process might look like.
Madam Secretary, we're going to try to get back on track with our clock today. However, we do have, I'm going to wait and ask my questions to you privately that I have, but we do have 3 very quick questions. If you could give us 3 very quick answers. Thank you so much. So we'll go to Representative Underhill.
On the 4 questions, since those children aren't technically in DCF custody, what is the follow-up if the danger is removed or if the child is removed? And then additionally, if, say, the child goes and stays with the church family for the weekend, do we know a percentage of how many kids like end up in DCF custody a week later or a month later anyway?
We would have some data, Representative, about what happens in terms of initial work and whether or not custody happens. I don't have that with me today. But again, the 4 questions work is primarily, before youth are in custody, and again, trying to avert that custody if we can find safety for that child. So, yeah.
So there's not any follow-up by staff if, they're called to remove a child, they do the 4 questions, child goes to stay with grandma for the weekend, there's no follow-up with DCF then after that?
Oh, no, there's definitely follow-up because, we have an open case at that point. I mean, some of the follow-up might be around, what are the services that family needs? Maybe that ends up being a family that gets referred to a family first service. Maybe they're getting, extensive parent skill building training in the home. Maybe they're getting mental health services. So, it really just depends on the circumstance. They're going to stay with them for a weekend. Like in the story you heard, that was a temporary piece while some of the additional assessment was happening, while services could be put in place, while it could be determined if the child could be cared for safely. But in the meantime, they didn't get, pulled into police protective custody, go to a strange place, have the trauma connected with that, Yeah.
Senator Holscher online on WebEx.
Yes, thank you so much. Secretary Howard, I just want to ask you, has there been any follow-up or is there any follow-up planned with Sherry or Ashley regarding AJ? And I understand you weren't in place at DCF when AJ was at under the care of St. Francis Ministries, but perhaps you would have some insight that you could share with them and, helping them get some answers in regard to their situation.
Yeah, thank you for that. We will definitely have some conversation with them and do some follow-up around that. I was talking to my team actually during the testimony about what we might have done after the last meeting, but I commit to some follow-up with that family. Absolutely. I think it's important to help. We can't bring AJ back, but it's important to learn from that and also to help the family find some closure.
Representative Meyer with the last question. Thank you, Senator. You do not have a question. Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Secretary Howard. And the question that Senator Holscher asked was one of my questions, so thank you. And now we're going to move to Aaron Dugan, and Aaron is on WebEx. And Aaron, we had allowed about an hour, including questions, but I'm hoping that we can get that within 45 minutes because we have a very tight schedule. And welcome to committee.
Thank you very much. No, I'll get to.
I apologize, Aaron. I said an hour. It's 30 minutes.
Yes, I was going to
As
say.
you're aware.
You don't want me to talk for an hour. But I'm happy, super excited. Let me get my slideshow started for you. There we go.
While you're getting your slideshow ready, I thought I would just mention that I had a great opportunity to come and tour your facility. I encourage everybody on this committee to do that. It was absolutely fabulous. Thank you, and I hope you have your slides ready.
Good. Can you see the slides?
We cannot.
All right. I am sharing them and uncertain why you cannot see them. Give me 2 seconds.
Erin, is that the same as your testimony?
It is. It is
So-
what I sent in. I'm not sure why it's not. I'm going to
Let me
stop my
ask,
video.
ask if we could put her slides from our testimony. Can we put those on? I'm sorry. They're in the testimony. Yes. Erin, you could go, okay, you can go ahead and we'll catch up with you here shortly.
All right. I apologize. My share screen doesn't work. It acts like it's working. I apologize for that.
The committee members have it, and we're just trying to get it here to where everybody in the room can see it. It looks like we have it now. Go right
Wonderful.
ahead, Erin.
Wonderful. Well, good morning. I am honored to join you this morning and share a little bit about Kids Chelsea, located here in Olathe, Kansas, with a new satellite location for our outpatient services, located in Lenexa, Kansas. So let me start by just briefly giving you a little bit of the history. Kids TLC has been in place since 1972, originally started by the Johnson County Young Matrons. And it was a small home in downtown Olathe for children that were abused and neglected and had no home at the time. One of my slides, I think slide 3, shows just from the home in Olathe, Kansas to what is now our current campus. Speaks to just our commitment to our mission to take care of kids, and also the expanding of our programs to meet the needs in the community and the state. So let me quickly go through some of the services we offer here at Kids TLC. Some will address, I think, one of the last questions that came up about PRTF services, or psychiatric residential treatment facility. So we have 4 lines of service. It's slide 4. Here at Kids TLC. And these services have really grown over the last number of years to really address the largest, most priority needs here in our community and throughout the state of Kansas. Our largest service is this first one, which is Kids TLC's PRTF. And I'll talk a little bit about it. Next is our Trellis Center at Kids TLC, which serves children and families with autism. And probably severe or most challenging forms of autism, in that they need intensive treatment before we can transition them back to our public schools. Our third service line is our Lotus Clinics at Kids TLC. That's the new satellite facility we've opened out in Lenexa, Kansas. It is your traditional outpatient services, and we serve a huge number of kids and families throughout Kansas. And then our fourth area is our Thriving Communities family. And we've really grown this over the last number of years. Lots of kids in this area receive services from us, and we feel very committed to giving services back to our community in terms of early preventative parent training. We're getting ready to launch a respite program, and I'll talk about that briefly. A quick breakdown of Kids TLC funding. Our agency revenue, 82% comes from the programs and the services we provide, and we raise about 12% in donations and writing grants, et cetera. We're proud to say that 87% of our expenses go right back into our 4 service lines and programs. You'll see some goes back into our fundraising staff and just management in general. And then in terms of our program expenses, based on the 4 services we just talked about, 82% of our expenses are related to our psychiatric residential treatment program, and then lesser amounts in our outpatient, our autism center, and then our Thriving Communities is a small program right now, primarily grant funded, so expenses are fairly covered. Let me start by sharing probably our largest program. I think there was a question about psychiatric residential treatment facility and beds available and the state wait list and the number of months. Unfortunately, kids are waiting to get placement, but we are currently here at Kids TLC licensed for 111 psychiatric residential treatment facility beds. We serve kids ages 6 to 18, not kids at 18, but young adults. And typically Kids TLC, its mission has been to serve some of our most challenging kids on that wait list and serve the kids that others have struggled with. And it's been a priority for us for years. But typically these kids come with significant trauma experiences, attachment disorders. You'll see sexually acting out, obviously psychiatric disorders, and I'll let you read through the rest of those, but not surprising, unfortunately, depression, suicide ideation. We are seeing incredible increases in both self-harm and aggression of many of the students currently living on our campus. I will tell you, to answer the prior question, we currently have 70 of our 111 beds filled, and I will emphasize what the secretary shared. We would love to fill all 111, have the space and the capacity to do so. We are strangled a bit by workforce and labor shortages right now, but working tremendously hard to get back on track and be able to get more children off that wait list. Let me describe psychiatric residential care here at Kids TLC a little bit for you when we talk about families waiting for beds and how desperate many are for these services from a number of fantastic PRTFs across the state. But it is a 24/7 therapeutic environment. KDADS requires a 1-to-7 ratio, 1 staff per 7. Kids TLC has worked very hard for a number of years due to the acuity of the concerns with our kids to make that a 1-to-4 ratio, which certainly hasn't helped with the labor shortages currently in place, but we believe that's the safest way to provide the most quality service to the children we serve. We do have an Olathe Public School building right on our campus that serves just our residential students. So we are incredibly blessed with a great partnership with the public schools here. It is a district curriculum, district staff. Our therapeutic staff attend school with our kids here, and it's a fantastic partnership. Our kids are in therapy groups each day, individual family therapy sessions. We encourage lots of family visits, passes back home to our local communities, lots of community outings where we're building those adaptive skills. And of course, we include recreation and occupational therapy. We use a lot of therapy, dogs and pets, and as well as horse therapy. But psychiatric residential treatment facility really is our largest program in serving, I think, an incredible need throughout the state of Kansas. And again, we take kids from all over the state of Kansas. Next, I want to talk about that Thriving Communities program, which is one of kind of our give back to the community from what we believe is an expertise we have here at Kids TLC. What has really grown and literally thrived during COVID and since COVID is what we call our CARES Parents Support and Training Groups. We open this up to any families in the community. Certainly many of our families that have a child either with us in psychiatric residential programming or has been or is on a wait list to be, often join these groups each week. We run 3 different parent groups. They're all virtual sessions due to COVID, but our families ask that they continue that. It's more accessible for them. We get tremendous attendance with maintaining those virtual sessions. This is an opportunity for families to come together and get support led by one of our lead therapists. Educate them, but also help them with the challenge of having a child either in the home or away from the home getting services with significant mental health and behavioral challenges. The next program we offer out of Thriving Communities is our Que Onda Familias, which is our prevention approach here in the Olathe community to work close with our Hispanic and Latino families. We have 2 therapists that are Hispanic, and provide those services out in the community as a preventive effort, really to also break down the stigma of mental health within that community and culture, and provide those preventative family parenting strategies and also resources back to the community health center, to Kids TLC, and lots of places, so families get the help they need early when they're dealing with some mental and behavioral health challenges with their kids. We're most excited to get back in offering respite care for families, and I'm sure many in the audience know the intense needs. So families that have kids coming out of treatment, on wait lists for treatments, foster families, adoptive families, all need a break. And they're working so hard, and we want to be able to offer back to our community high quality respite care for families. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in the next slide specifically. So we're hoping to have our respite program open in the early stages of 2024. We're aiming for January at this time, but like many, this is a huge community need. And if we're going to strengthen families, we also have to give them an opportunity to get a break, do some reflection, do some goal setting. So many of our families with kids without some of these challenges are able to use grandparents to support for a weekend away, or to bring in a family member, or have kids do a sleepover somewhere. And often for our families with kids with these significant challenges, that's not an option. And we want to be able to offer to them a chance to get away, but also make that incredibly therapeutic, not only for the child joining us, maybe for a long weekend, but also to help the families set some goals while they're away so they can renew and come back strengthened to take on the next weeks ahead as a family. We are working in partnership with Johnson County Mental Health, as well as Bert Nash out of Lawrence, obviously the Lathrop Public Schools, but going to really do an intentional programming approach with our respite care, where these families join our care groups and they're getting that ongoing support they need, doing, like I mentioned, lots of goal setting for these parents. Hey, what are their goals for this weekend as they get a chance to get away and have some respite and do some reflection, and also setting some goals with their child. We're very interested in helping families with the local public schools to offer that homework and tutoring support. If you can finish a weekend away and your kids are caught up on their homework and tutoring, we're really setting everybody up for success the following week. We want to do community outings. We think very important, we're working very closely with Johnson County Mental Health, is that also this becomes a resource navigation support for these families, right? What else is going on in their lives that we can support, get them back and connected to resources in the community, job, career training, help them work with their local public schools. Things to really continue to strengthen the family while they're keeping their kids with some challenges in their home and doing the very best. We want to continue to run psychosocial groups with the kids to continue to build their skills as they strengthen their ability to remain in the home and remain in their local schools. And then our biggest goal is to do a huge wraparound session with all the community resources for these families as we end what we hope is a wonderful weekend for the parents and the child, but making sure they're connected back for the couple weeks ahead with all the necessary and needed resources. We are currently seeking grants, and we've got some nice asks on the table right now to help support this respite program, hoping to start soon, and some incredible feedback from local families that are ready for our program to get open. I'm going to go through a couple of more here. Our Lotus clinics at Kids TLC. So this is think traditional outpatient. We believe as a service provider in the state for kids and families struggling with mental health and behavioral challenges, it is so important to have a really robust preventative step down system for these families. So this is a program that has been growing tremendously over the last 5 years. Again, traditional outpatient, addressing from smaller needs to significant attachment trauma needs, depression and suicide ideation. Many kids are seen weekly, some are seen twice weekly, and also an additional family therapy session. In 2022, which are incredible numbers, for Kids TLC and I think others, there were over almost 8,000. So encounters or appointments with kids and families just in our clinic, now located in Lenexa, but has typically been here on our campus. The numbers this year in 2023 are outpacing. The numbers at times seem scary, but this is where we want large numbers. We want large numbers seeking out support from therapists, getting the family the needs and the skills and the ability to stay regulated, remain in the community and remain in their homes and in their schools. So we're thrilled with this growth and the continued success of this program. I always get asked this question, so I put it right in the slide. The number one presenting issue remains social anxiety. That hasn't changed. That existed before COVID, post-COVID. What we're seeing now is lots of children with significant social anxiety that is then becoming self-harm, aggression, suicide ideation. So we continue to build our expertise in addressing these very challenging social anxiety issues. As part of outpatient, we also run intensive outpatient services. I know there was a question about children or a child in particular, maybe waiting on the PRTF wait list for 4 months. One of the things that's been so important for Kids TLC is that we have other offerings for families and kids waiting on these lists. And one of those is our intensive outpatient services. So kids come to us right after school, 4 afternoons a week. This is intensive group, individual, and family services. So it's 3 hours, right, from 4 to 7. We're doing small and large group work. We again serve the same age we do for our PRTF, ages 6 to 18. Really working on those coping skills, the ability to stay regulated, really replacing some of those maladaptive behaviors with good skill development on getting regulated, strategies for dealing with anger, what to do instead of using aggression, a number of those things. Incredibly successful program. We serve about 16 kids each night and their families in this program. Typically are in our program about 6 weeks. It is required that parents participate, and again, I call those our care groups, but those parent training support groups each week. It is a not quite mandatory because we will continue to help them and their family, but we highly encourage families to also seek the help they need so that the whole family system is continuing to learn those necessary skills to keep their children in their homes. And the third component of our Lotus clinics, which is outpatient, and this is a community need we're just starting to tap into in terms of the need is much larger than the staff we have right now, but we expanded this service line in 2022. These are our local families. I say local, but Olathe, Lawrence, Topeka, lots of areas where families are coming to us just for their medication management, the ability to get in and have their meds adjusted, speak to a medical provider, and knowing that medication management is a small but important component of the challenges of mental health and behavioral health. So this has been booming. We set a goal to see 90 families, kids a month, and at the end of August, we were approaching 140 of those. So really proud of our medical providers and their commitment to continuing to serve families in our community. Our Trellis program at Kids TLC is our integrative autism services. I like to call this a day clinic. We are not a school for kids with autism. We are a clinic. We use applied behavior analysis. This is a very tight child to staff ratio of 1-to-1. It is a very clinical setting. We do integrated speech services and occupational therapy services as well, and a required parent training component. Again, you'll see that kind of philosophy and theme throughout all of our services, the importance of parent guardians being part of this recovery and training process. The goal of the Trellis Center is to build up the skills our children with autism need so we can quickly transition them back to a school setting for the socialization and the high quality curriculum and pieces that are happening in our neighborhood schools. Very data-based program. We can serve up to 40 clients in our Trellis Center, similar to our psychiatric residential program. We do have a wait list of clients right now. Our census is at about 25 due to some staffing challenges, especially when there's a staff required for every young child we bring into service. We have seen an uptick there, so I'm pleased to say in terms of workforce that we are slowly but surely increasing the staff there. We have a great retention rate at the Trellis Center once we find the right person to join that team. And so we anticipate getting closer to 30 very quickly in terms of serving our young clients with autism. I toss in there that Kids TLC is in the middle of a capital campaign right now called Rooted in Hope, but our goal is to raise about $15.5 million really to update our buildings, our residential facilities, so that they remain state of the art for families. I always share that if you're a family dropping off your young person to spend on average in our PRTF about 140 to 150 days of service, you're going to want a quality facility that looks nice, is clean, is not old and tired, and has the flexibility to serve kids with all sorts of needs. We've also, like many businesses, I've realized that our staff are more likely to stay in a campus that is a little fresher than ours is right now. We purchased a new facility in 2020 to expand our PRTF beds, and we are using these capital campaign dollars to renovate a 1960s nursing home that we bought that was adjacent to our campus. And we're very close to the completion on a second round of renovation. And again, allows us that capacity to serve more children. Also, that's where we'll be opening our respite program. I'm going to wrap up and then just open it up to questions, and hopefully I've helped you guys get back on schedule. But last, to just share, I always like to share our successes first, because amongst all the challenges, we're doing incredible work, as so many agencies across the state are, and in working with a very challenging population of kids and families in desperate need of services. But we really feel our programs continue to stay alert to community needs and meet those community needs. Again, one of the reasons why we're prioritizing getting respite services back up and running here at Kids TLC. The need is tremendous. We can't do this without our partnerships. And again, our community mental health, KDADS, DCF, the local public schools are a huge part of us continuing to be successful as a service provider here in the state of Kansas. We have great outcomes. We have high client and parent satisfaction, a lot of data-driven outcomes. And again, our success as Medicaid funding is what keeps us alive as an agency, and the availability of that funding, especially in the area of PRTF, has truly been a huge success. Not surprising to anyone in terms of challenges. The only thing holding us back from growing and expanding and meeting a greater need right now is our workforce and staffing issues. We're a creative bunch, and we're doing as many different things as we can to increase not only the recruitment, but most importantly in this field where it's incredibly hard work, is the retention issue of young staff and entry-level positions here at Kids TLC. I'll mention two more challenges, is just the current client acuity. As you guys well know, and so many folks there in the room, we have very sick children dealing with some really challenging issues, lots of self-harm, lots of aggression. I'm hoping this is just a current phenomenon, but we have a lot of parents that are struggling to engage in the services and the therapeutic process, many for their own challenges and a large number of issues, but it has gotten more difficult with parents that are disengaging in this process with their kids. And last but not least is just continuing to work hard. We are to had private insurance increase their reimbursement rates for mental health and autism services, so that we can continue to expand our services. So I know I went very quickly through lots of slides. I am happy to answer any and all questions. If okay, I might stop sharing what I'm looking at and see what questions you guys have.
Thank you, Dr. Dugan, very much. And I also, again, want to reiterate what a pleasure it was to visit this facility. And I think a big plus is that you were the former superintendent of schools there. And so you fully understand the cooperation between the school, and you were instrumental in allowing those kids to be able to attend school right there on the campus. I think that's terrific. Committee, we have time for maybe one or two questions if there are any. Seeing none, thank you so much for being with us today, Dr. Dugan. And now we're going to move on. Now we're going to move on. Again, we will have 3.5 minutes for each of these conferees. So we're going to begin with Justin Horton with Cornerstones of Care.
Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the committee for allowing me to be here today. Some apologies for the redundancy on pages 1 and 2. I know you all get a lot of information. Sometimes you have to say things 14 times before they click, but I represent Cornerstones of Care. We've been around in some shape or form for 153 years, and the core of who we are is trauma-informed care, our sanctuary model. So I'll talk about some themes today with that, but you'll get tired of hearing me say that, but that's how we build our culture. So a culture can't be based on a policy. A culture can't be based on a manual. When you bring so many people from different walks of life into your workforce and you serve so many diverse clients, you have to create a common language. So we try and build that trauma-informed care so that we're trauma responsive. We understand that our clients have been impacted by trauma, that hurt people. That's what our foundation is. We try and marry that with policy and procedure. We are not perfect. We make mistakes, but how you respond to those mistakes, how you lean into discomfort is what we demand of our folks. So page 2 shows you our service area. That was also available in the last couple testimonies. Page 3 for family preservation. We do family preservation in the East region. We continue to have good outcomes for families in partnership with DCF. I will say I was talking with my 2 directors a couple weeks ago, asking them about the challenges that they still see in the field working with families. There's some themes that I already had listed that I think we've heard today, such as a PRTF wait list, affordable housing, substance use, and lack of transportation. Even though a service might be available, if it's 30 minutes away and you don't have transportation, that can be a challenge. So, culture, things like requesting birth certificates, making sure that a case doesn't start over when you have changes in workers. I am happy to report that our, thank you, our vacancy rate at Cornerstones of Care was 4.5%. This time last year it was 17%. Within foster care specifically, we have 7 supervisors over the people who carry caseloads and the caseloads that you all ask about. We've only had turnover in 1 of those. So when you talk about building a culture, you talk about not having to start over on a case, that longevity is helpful. And right now we only have 3 open foster care case management positions or vacancies, which is vital to our families. We are at 568 as of the writing of this testimony. I think we're at 574 now for kids in care, a theme that you saw from the Secretary, a 33% reduction. Our average caseload size is 11.83 amongst those case carrying staff. And I'm still, knock on wood, pleased to say we've not had a youth sleep in an office since January 11th of 2023. I'll close with just describing some initiatives we're doing on some support units. I think if you're not familiar with some structures, at least how we do it, we have an assigned case manager who works with that family, and then we have support services, support units who help with different aspects of that work. So we have partnered just this last month with Foster Adopt Connect to utilize their extreme family finding program, a focus on older youth who are at risk of aging out of the foster care population. They have wonderful results in the state of Missouri, so I asked them to come over to Kansas and dig into cases so that we can do this immense work of going through maybe 10 or 15 years of a case file and finding connections to those supports for those youth and families. We're recalibrating our support for our independent living client population, taking a little bit of the burden off of our case managers onto an independent living unit. And lastly, standing up some case planning focused positions for reintegration. I don't want to get lost in the adoption and independent living conversation because reunification, reintegration is still the prevailing case goal in many of our cases. And we have partnered recently with DCF on some legal rights training. I know this has come up in this committee in the past, just that consistency and some of those delays that you see in the adoption process. Our team enjoyed having DCF Legal come out and just talk about some of those procedures, try and get more consistency statewide so we cannot have maybe paperwork or processes be a barrier to getting timely permanence.
Thank you, Justin. Committee, we're going to take each of these one at a time, and so we have time for a couple of questions for Justin. Do we have any from the committee? Sounds like we're hearing improvement. We're always pleased to hear that. Thank you very much, Justin. Now we'll move to Jeanette Owens with DCCCA.
Good morning, Chair Gossage and members of the committee. My name is Jeanette Owens, and I'm the Chief Child Welfare Officer at DECA. I'm going to start today by talking a little bit about our Child Placement Agency. Last committee meeting, I had shared we were really looking forward to crossing the barrier of 400 licensed foster homes. And I'm glad to share today we surpassed 400 and we're at 412. And so we're really excited to see the increase in inquiries of families and increase in licensed homes. We continue our focus on not only the increasing homes, but making sure that those homes are well supported, making sure that they provide the services that are needed, as well as then the longevity of those homes. And I've shared before, and we continue to focus on this each week, is that the average longevity of our homes are about just over 6 years, almost to 6.5 years. So we continue to work on that and making sure that those families have the supports that they need. Last month, I also shared about the continuum of types of cares that foster parents may provide. And one of the services that I mentioned was SED waiver respite services, or serious emotional disturbance waiver services. And I wanted to go just a little bit more in depth today. This was a service that we started providing in 2009, and it's specifically for kiddos that are not in the custody of the Secretary, in the hopes that we can continue to remove that potential of them coming into care. And these kids are typically between the age of 4 and 18, and the family works often directly with the licensed foster home that is also certified to provide this service, to provide respite as needed, and typically those are monthly. In the last 9 months, we went from January 1 for the data for today. We've had 19 different certified and licensed homes provide this service for 597 days of respite care. So that has impacted about 44 waiver youth, and that has been in a collaboration with 12 mental health centers across the state. We do have contracts with 22, I believe, to provide that service when needed. I also wanted to just provide a quick update on numbers for our weekend drive services. When I reported last month, we had serviced 250 since November of 2021. We've served 20 more since that time. We've served 69 more in getting into driver's education courses, as well as 14 more to provide auto insurance for them, and then 19 more to get some form of their license. A couple weeks ago, I was able to provide. I'm sorry. A couple weeks ago, we were able to work on a video for our weekend drive services. 30 seconds, that was fast. Okay, and we had kids. A couple of kids were able to drive into our office, and it was just a really great, it's always really great when we get to see those services working and the independence those kids receive from that. I'll end with just quick family pres update numbers. We're at 234 active family preservation families in the Kansas City and Wichita regions. We have 528 kiddos in those homes each night. Our caseloads are, for Tier 1, about 4.3. We look to try to keep those about 4 families. And for Tier 2, we're at 10, and we look to try to have those around 12 families. So thank you for your time today.
Perfect timing. Committee, do we have questions for Jeanette? Yes. Representative Howerton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I should have followed up with Justin on this as well. Do you measure like turnover in your caseworkers or staff? Do you have an idea of how many months or years is the average? that they're with you?
I can get that for you. That is something that our Human Resource Department does monthly and sends it out to all of our supervisors on up to make sure that we have that in front of us to try to reduce that turnover. But I can send that into the committee.
And Justin, if you could get that to us too. Do you have it now?
I don't, but I will get it.
Perfect.
Something that we're challenged with is we have 7 supervisory units, so when you have almost 50 workers, promotional opportunities are a challenge. So how do you continue professional development when you have great staff, when it's very narrow at the top? It's something we continue to sort of wrestle with, you know, when you don't have supervisors.
Great, and I would just say, Justin, the problem is that you're way back there, and we can't, they can't hear you on the video. But if I could just reiterate, what you were saying is the challenge is recording all of that and a lot of different groups. But any of that would be helpful because we do hear that a turnover in a caseworker can be catastrophic for a family. And Senator Faustido.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Jeanette, the youth that you're helping receive their driver's licenses are those youth that are almost to age out?
They frequently are. They may also be in independent living, so they could be in a foster home or independent living services and getting ready anytime past that age to start working on obtaining
Madam
those
Chair,
licenses.
so are they getting their driver's licenses for the first time, or are you helping them with a suspended or some other issue as well?
I don't know that suspended licenses have came up, but we help them through the entire process. So it may be to get their permit and may be able to get like their instructional permit all the way up to their full driver's license. Mm-hmm. Thank you for the question.
Other questions for Jeanette? Thank you, very thorough, appreciate it. And next we go to Linda Bass with KVC.
Good morning, Chair Gossage, Vice Chair Concanon, Ranking Member Faustido, and members of the committee. Appreciate the
Did I say
opportunity.
your name wrong and you're being too sweet not to say?
Well, I was going to introduce myself. It's Linda Boss.
Linda Boss, I should have known.
It's tricky, I know.
Thank you.
Thank
Maybe
you.
the 12th time it'll finally kick in. Thank you, Linda.
Appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I did, throughout the testimony, update the numbers since the last committee hearing, and given the interest of time, I'll just highlight a couple of things and then highlight what is new in the testimony. Did want to highlight the fact that I believe this is the first time since the last committee member we have not had any youth in the office overnight. Our stretch is only going on our 3rd month, but we're pleased to report that we haven't had any incidents of youth in the office overnight since July. Also, in terms of turnover, we are averaging strong staff retention, 98% each month, which in my last testimony I highlighted as well that we have strong staff retention. The last time we pulled the data on the average length of stay for our frontline staff, it was about 18 months, and that jumps up significantly when you get to leadership positions, so we have work to do in making sure that frontline staff see this as a career opportunity and not something to learn and get burned out and then move on to something else. One of the requests that came out of the last committee hearing was to hear more about our settlement performance and our action steps. So I'll spend the rest of my time focused on that and then stand for any questions. We did create a report card showing our settlement performance that you can find on page 5 of the testimony. I want to highlight first areas that I believe we're performing at or above goal. The first one is the snapshot of children in care 12 months and having stable placement. We are performing at and above goal at 90% and 93%. That's denoted in a teal color. And then the second area we're performing at or above goal is that all children will receive timely mental health and trauma intakes. We are meeting and exceeding that goal. Areas where we're close to goal include that those screens are being completed by a qualified mental health professional and someone who's trained in the assessments. When we did our own internal audit of the last settlement findings, we found that there were some deficiencies, not in the person being trained and qualified, but in the documentation reflecting that. So that was one of our action items, is to ensure that all the documentation is available for the audit, because all of our assessors are master's level licensed by the BSRB clinicians doing those assessments. So they are all qualified and trained, and we have improved our process to make sure that that is clearly documented for the reviewers so that at the next audit we can meet and exceed that standard as well. Areas that require more of our attention are regarding placement stability. The areas that are a violet color are areas that all have to do with children not having short-term or one-night placements, and that those children who are moving frequently, their mental health needs are being met during that time. So below that, you will see some action steps that we are taking in general as a response to the audit. First and foremost, that reconciliation process was very helpful to us. One of the things that we learned was that there was documentation to show that some of these items should be met, but the documentation was not always in the child's file. It was in the mental health therapist's file, the child placing agency file. So we have changed our process to ensure that our quality assurance team is gathering all of those documents from the responsible professional and making sure that they are in the child's file so we can receive credit for the work that is being done. I know I only have 30 seconds, so I'm going to skip through even these bullet points. We have also hired, or in the process of hiring, 2 new full-time positions that will process all mental health intakes, regardless if it's day 1 or day 100 of the child in care, to ensure that that follow-up is happening consistently and every child will be matched with a therapist at the time of need. I'm going to pause here, so my time is up.
Thank you. I was just looking at your record level staff retention that you noted in your testimony of 80.9% employee retention. That's great. Committee, are there any questions for Linda? Seeing none, thank you very much. And now we're ready for Matt with St. Francis Ministry.
Do that PowerPoint. PowerPoint. Good morning, Senator Gossage, Vice Chair Kincannon. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Obviously, it was a fairly quick turnaround since the last time we were here, and so one of the things that I did was update the written testimony. And so you'll see some new numbers in some of those spots, but really I wanted to focus again on some of the, on a similar PowerPoint that I presented on last time. And so, go to the next slide. Again, St. Francis Ministries, this is where we serve quite a wide swath of the state. Hit the next one. And placement stability is something we continue to look at. And so, again, we dug into some data to determine again, how many foster care homes Kansas would have if we were average. And so what we found out was that we actually have 606 more homes than we would have if we were an average state. And so per capita, we are recruiting, training, licensing a significant amount of homes. Again, at 28% extra or more foster homes than the national average, and we would rank 14th in the number of foster care homes in the nation per capita. So then you reverse that and look at the number of kids. And so per capita, the nation is at 115 per 100,000 of population. And in Kansas, we're at 213 per 100,000 in population. And so the key takeaways there is we really have about 2,882 kids more in care than we would expect to have if we were an average state. And so, again, that's 60% more children than the national average, and we rank 7th in out-of-home per capita. So last time we were here, we had the question from one of the representatives who said, well, is this really an entry problem or a kids in care too long? And so my response was, my hypothesis was, I think it's both, and it is. So the numbers as they apply to the national average for children coming into care, and these are the same numbers that Secretary Howard went over, but I'll break them down a little bit differently. In February, we had 147 children come into care. If we were average, we would have about 78 come into care. And again, we rank 46 out of 52. So if our goal would be to safely reduce the number of children in foster care to a level at or below the average, what are the things that we need to do? Again, how do we redirect our resource and attention towards better serving children for whom the foster care system was originally designed? You also heard Secretary Howard mention that there are states where children cannot enter foster care unless they are the victim of abuse and neglect. And she agreed, again, that one of the things you can't do is just legislate the stopping of those children from coming into care, but you also have to find new and inventive ways to support those children and their families in their communities. And so the next is really about prevention. And so I really talked about my recommendation, obviously, for this group is to introduce and advance legislation that support families with children that may enter care and/or create reasonable barriers of entry into the foster care system. I provided a list of foster care prevention efforts that might not be thought of as foster care prevention, but really it's access to affordable mental health, physical health, substance abuse treatment, any early childhood interventions, behavioral health treatment, and obviously Family First and Family Preservation Services would also be included in that as prevention services. I also wanted to take at least whatever little time I have left, which is essentially none, and say that when I hear complaints about St. Francis Ministries at this venue or others, I make a point to follow up with the people and to report back to members of this committee, if appropriate, or others. And so again, if there are further questions, I guess this is my time to stand for those.
Committee, before we go to questions, Matt, I know you and I have talked about the family here on the front row and AJ, and I know that you were going to visit with them. They mentioned that you did meet with them or have a quick conversation, I guess, in the hallway.
Yep.
We heard Madam Secretary talk about how that she was going to look at this case. My recommendation would be that this is done collectively, that you're there, that the family is there, that the secretary is there, that we find some resolution in this. And I think that's what we all want.
Yeah, and I agree. And so again, the secretary mentioned that she would definitely take that back to her team and have those conversations. And so we're willing to come to the table to have the right conversation at the right time. The other thing that you talk about is resolution. And
Yes.
so oftentimes in tragic situations, there isn't a resolution.
Right. But and I understand that, the only resolution would be to bring AJ back, and of course, we cannot do that. But something to where we feel like all parties have been heard, and they feel like their situation was heard, and that something, some sort of action was taken. I would be happy to be present at that as well, if invited.
Yep, thank you.
Committee, do we have other questions? Yes, Senator Faustido.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Matt, thank you. Over the years, actually, you've always been responsive to my personal text messages to you, looking into individual cases, and you've been helpful. So although we continue to hear complaints about St. Francis there in Wichita, Kansas, where I reside. However, I usually get an email of an update of a situation, and I usually might call and share with the families involved. And so that's good for me and that family and that individual situation. Is there a way to, because you guys, I know you care and you're doing some great things. So is there a way without breaking some rules, is there a way to publicly let people know, here's what we've done? Because what I find is when people don't know, they think that nothing's been done. They think that you don't care, and then it just keeps going and going. Is there a way you could alert people in those areas to say, hey, we did address the issue without saying too much? Thank you, Madam Chair.
So possibly. So I appreciate the question. We have a customer care department. We obviously field lots of concerns through there. And so that team follows back up with the families who call in. So when I'm getting a phone call from you or members of this committee, I oftentimes will go back to you. I'll also potentially let the customer care know that it's something that is out there and needs addressed. And there are some of these situations that, kind of going back to your point, have they been addressed? And it might be something that, they came to us and they don't feel like they've been heard. They don't feel like they've got the resolution that we're talking about. And so then they come to you guys. And so I'll follow back up with you generally. And could we, produce a report of some kind potentially?
Matt, so this is what I'm saying. So even though we've addressed the initial problem, maybe, But what happens is that family, they've told this person, you know how it goes in this year and it goes all down the line. And then it just keeps going. And then it's out there in the universe or on social media actually that, you know, we're not doing something. But I think if more people knew that, you know, because they don't get to hear the numbers, the updates that we hear in this committee. And so, but the message keeps going and the story gets bigger and bigger. So if I was going to say a public service announcement, but of something, maybe a newsletter from St. Francis going to certain organizations in Cedric County, just to say, hey, we heard about this, we addressed it, we care, we're trying. We know you're not Jesus Christ, because I think I'm pretty perfect, but we know that. Yeah. But, and you don't know until the complaint comes or the issue happens in order to address it. But I just think if people knew that you were addressing it on a larger
scale. Yep.
Level.
And so I can talk with our marketing and comms team and try to figure out if there's something that we can do that would help solve the issue that you're talking about. Yep.
Representative Howerton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just wanted to follow up, we've already heard that in Ms. Prater's case, there was like 5 case managers in hers. Do you have an estimated time for, I saw the number that you had like 734 case managers.
I can get you that information about what that turnover looks like. It's not in the testimony today, so I don't have it off the top of my head. But yeah, I can get that to you. But that is a real concern, right? So the more case manager turnover, the slower it is to get those cases of permanency. So so we'll get you that information.
Thank you.
Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here today. At the start of the case management and family preservation provider updates, Justin stated that Cornerstones of Care isn't an organization where the culture is based on policy. Now, the one concern I have about that is if all of our contractors have a culture that's not based on policy, what often happens is policy and law isn't followed. So part of what we heard at the beginning of the meeting was where very specific policy and I would say law is not being followed, where family is being prevented from seeing a child. So that's just one example. So I guess what I'm wondering is, we do have, and I appreciate that KVC focused on settlement performance. So we have that settlement out there. And that performance is going to continue to be measured. But not every aspect of what's being measured on the class action lawsuit settlement is cued into Kansas law that's been passed and policy. So what are you doing within KVC, or excuse me, within St. Francis to make sure that policy and law is being followed, in addition to settlement performance? And I have to say that, quite frankly, I don't think we'd be in the situation we are with a class action lawsuit and a settlement agreement if, in fact, policy was being followed. So what are you doing? And I'm asking you as opposed to Justin at the beginning, because what we heard earlier in testimony was lack of policy and law being followed.
Yeah, so quite a bit to unpack there. So I'll start with the piece that you've identified. What happens when we're not following policy and law? And so we have supervisors who obviously are responsible for ensuring that our frontline staff do the work that they're supposed to do. And again, we've got a customer care team, and when the phone rings and somebody alleges that we have done something that is either illegal or against our own policy, we dig into that at a higher level so it continues to get escalated. I will say too that oftentimes, and not necessarily in reference to anybody here today, everybody gets to tell their version of their story and their truth. I would say I can't imagine a situation where we would intentionally keep parents away from children. The only way from a policy perspective we would do that is if other people, including ourselves, had determined that they were a danger to that child. I'm not saying, and generally that would not just be a single case manager, that would be a broader decision that was made, including other professionals involved. So when things like that do pop up, we do go back and we evaluate and say, okay, and I sent an email earlier, hey, will you guys look into this and figure out kind of what's happening from our vantage point. Now, I can't share all of that with you because it's very case specific, and that's not just today, it's in other cases as well. So going back to the first question about how do we ensure that policy is followed, really, we train our folks up front. We have supervisors who help support them as they move forward. And the methods or mechanisms to help catch some of that would be our customer care department would help catch some of those. And frankly, some of our workers might say, hey, we did X, Y, Z. But we're also working with court systems, and they're going to help us support or let us know if we're not doing something that is legal and shouldn't be. So if there was a situation where we're not following the law, the mechanisms there would be internal and external, because we also have other organizations who do case reads on our cases to determine what we're doing is appropriate. So with the settlement agreement, what are we doing in reference to that? So we have allocated different resources. We have changed our tracking and reporting mechanisms to ensure that we get a more up-to-date live view of where we're at with those assessments. And much like KVC discussed, making sure that we've got all of the right documentation in the right file when they audit them, and we've just implemented a new learning management system that will help track the qualifications for those workers that are doing that work. So they are qualified, they're trained, and they didn't always have the right documentation in the right place at the right time when that audit occurred. So we've obviously got that to clean up, and then ongoing continue to work with the state to ensure that we are getting our mental health and assessments completed timely.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Committee, other questions? Yes, Representative Concanon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This isn't really a question for you, Matt. I'm just really impressed with was it KVC that has the responses to the settlement? I would really like to see that from all of the providers, if we could see those numbers every meeting. Thank you.
Yep, and I think we can add those.
That would be very helpful. Thank you. And now we move to our last conferee, Rachel Roosevelt with TFI.
Get back to the front of my thing. Hi, I'm Rochelle Roosevelt, and thank you so much for having me. It's quite all right. You're one of many. So thank you, Chair Gossage and Vice Chair Concanon, Ranking Member Falscato, and committee members. I am very glad to be here. I'm the Senior Vice President of Permanency for TFI, and I just wanted to talk a little bit about TFI. We are a nonprofit, private agency providing a really wide range of child welfare and behavioral health services throughout the state. We have been in operation since 1965, actually. Our current services include early intervention to maintain and strengthen families, foster care in both family and residential settings, adoption support, independent living services, aftercare, case management services. We also provide residential outpatient treatment, and we have a QRTP and a PRTF. We employ about 515 staff throughout the state, and we really appreciate our partnership with DCF and KDADS. I have a very large report that I submitted to you, and I'm not going to go over all of that, so I'm going to give you some highlights. Through our prevention services, we provide 2 levels of service. We have a Family First grant where we do PCIT, and in that service, we've received 11 referrals this fiscal year, and so that's 26 children we're serving right now. In our family preservation services, we have 2 levels of tiers in that grant, and right now, for this fiscal year, we have served 46 children in Tier 1, 46 families in Tier 1, sorry, and 61 Tier 2 families this fiscal year. Our PRTF is serving approximately 42 youth per day, and our QRTP, we have began to accept referrals for that, and we're up to about 9 placements today. Our census, we hope to have that at 12 by the end of October. In our out-of-home services, our child placing agency, we sponsor 439 homes. This fiscal year to date, so for the first 3 months, we've opened 20 new homes. We've only closed 4, so that's a net gain of 16 homes. Under our case management provider grant, we are serving 1,333 children in out-of-home care, and there are about 343 children receiving aftercare services. I highlighted in the report a number of our outcomes, and I just want to mention one right now, which is the placement instability. We have seen a decrease in placement instability in the past quarter, which I was very pleased with. Area 4, our move rate reduced to 5.93 compared to 7.44 for the prior quarter. And in Area 8, our move rate reduced to 6.62 compared to 7.14 for the prior quarter. That goal is 4.44, so we're not quite meeting it, but we are making progress in that. Regarding our caseload sizes, our caseloads, as of the last report with the caseload compliance report, was at 24.26 per cases per worker. And I want to just note an update on our missing youth. When I wrote this report yesterday, we were at 5 children in both areas. Today, we found another child, so we're at 4 in one area and 5 in the other area. We have not had any more children in the office overnight since the beginning of July, so we're still at 1 for this fiscal year. As far as the things that I think that my time is up.
Thank you so much. Committee, do we have questions for Rochelle? Yes. Representative Howerton.
I'm sorry, thank you, Madam Chair. I have to ask, the 24.26?
Yes.
In comparison with others that we've heard today has been about 10 or 11, 12 case loads. So yours is almost double that?
So we are within the grant of what we're required to do, which is 25 to 1, and that includes both out-of-home and kids that are at home.
So
and the other
maybe
providers have different ways that they calculate that.
Okay,
so if you just look at our out-of-home, we're at 19.43.
Okay.
Committee, other questions for Rochelle? Seeing none, Rochelle, thank you so much. Thank you to all of our conferees this morning. Committee, this is how things are going to go. We're going to take a recess. We're a little ahead of schedule. Yeah, give you time for a restroom break. We're going to start back up right at 12:05 to stay right on our schedule. And lunch is provided for Cornerstones of Care. Thank you very much. Luncheon, and we're going to get started. We're going to begin with an approval of the August 22nd meeting minutes. Were there any additions or edits to the minutes? Seeing none, do I hear a motion that we approve the minutes? So moved. A second? It's been moved and seconded that we approve the minutes. All in favor? Aye. They've been approved. Committee, we're going to begin with Natalie, who's going to give us a report on children in abuse and neglect proceedings.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Natalie Nelson, and I am a principal research analyst with the Kansas Legislative Research Department. You'll see on the agenda that this topic that we're covering is the representation of children in child abuse or neglect proceedings. And I am going to yield most of my time to Mr. Kendall Seal, who will be presenting after me. But I'm hoping I can just give the briefest high-level overview of how other states do it. I would note that my memo, it's a memo, it should have my name on it in the testimony there. It does include the applicable Kansas requirements, just as a reference guide for you all. So let's see here. So as a baseline, states must provide for the appointment of a guardian ad litem to every child who is subject to abuse or neglect proceedings to receive federal funding through the Child Abuse Prevention and Treatment Act. So 41 states and the District of Columbia specifically mandate that a GAL must be appointed, which may or may not be an attorney. The remaining 9 states require the appointment of an attorney rather than using that guardian ad litem language. In terms of qualifications, 16 states require the GAL be an attorney, and 16 states allow court-appointed special advocates or other qualified non-attorneys represent children. And then 8 states require the appointment of both an attorney and a GAL. Speaking a little bit on education and training requirements, those do vary among the states, ranging from no specialized training required other than being an attorney in 4 states, and then there are other states that require a minimum number of hours of education or training prior to being appointed. Let's see, and just for your reference, in Kansas, you must be an attorney in good standing to be with at least 6 hours of education initially to be appointed by a judge as a GAL. And then in addition to the initial training required in education, there is continuing education requirements I think in every state that have GALs. And the range there is roughly 3 hours per year to 8 hours a year. In Kansas is 6 hours a year, just so you have that in your mind. And then I would just like to note that in those states where you don't have to be an attorney to serve as a GAL, more in-depth training is usually required. So, and then finally, I have tracked down the oversight entities in at least 8 states who regulate GALs, and I've provided a link to those websites for your reference in the memo. So those boards or offices are either independent state agencies within the judicial branch or within the executive branch, or they can be divisions of larger agencies within each of those branches. And then I would just lastly like to point out that virtually all of those oversight entities provide a means to file a complaint against a GAL or attorney, if it's a state that is appointing an attorney, on their websites. So yeah, that is all I have. I'm happy to answer questions. Maybe, I'll be here. I'm here every day, so you might want to save those questions for some other time when we're not rushed.
Questions for Natalie? Yes, Representative Concan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Natalie, for the research behind that. Looking back at this past session, we had an informational hearing or a bill hearing in judiciary regarding the child having their own attorney.
Yes.
Do you know, was there a bill?
Yes, that bill, I believe, was HB 2380.
Okay,
I think
that's what I want. That was
yeah.
my question. What was the bill
And
number?
I think Kendall might have that information as well because they testified about that.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yep.
Other questions? Thank you, Natalie. And next we will have Kendall Seal, who's the Vice President of Public Policy, the Center for Rights of Abused Children.
There we go. All right. Thank you, Chair Gossage, Vice Chair Concanon, Ranking Member Faustigedo, and members of the Joint Committee. Just to, first of all, just express gratitude to this committee for investing time and energy on this topic. I think it's really significant that you're doing so, and the Center would like to extend their gratitude for that focus. To give you a little bit of a roadmap, of what we're going to talk about. I'll give you a little background about the center, and then I'm going to focus on some solutions because I've been hearing a lot of testimony today, but I think this might be something that you can latch onto and work in a way that best fits the needs of Kansas children. Okay, so the focus of what I'm going to talk about, the current model of appointing attorneys to serve as guardian ad litem for abused children, we believe results in confusion, diminished accountability, and poor results. The current GAL system in Kansas can be confusing to adults involved, and it can be especially confusing for children. Because the lives of children are the most impacted by the child protection system, they should have a meaningful opportunity to be heard, have their position represented, and have their rights and liberties protected. Further, they need counsel who can hold the system accountable when their rights are violated. To accomplish these goals, the Center encourages a policy change from the current model of child representation by a GAL to affording every child in care a client-directed attorney. Now, just a little bit of background about the Center. It's founded several years ago by Darcy Olson. Some of you have met with Darcy. Darcy is a visionary who herself has fostered 10 children, adopted 4. And in the process of that, Darcy saw a flaw in the American child welfare system. One of the children she adopted, she saw that the parents were provided attorneys, the state was provided attorneys, even the judge has appointed legal advisor in these cases. But the person most impacted by these decisions, no attorney, the child. Because of that, she was compelled to hire legal counsel to fight for that child. And we know that not every family has that luxury, but more importantly, not every child has that fighter in the system who is advocating for them. So our argument here today, a child victim should have the right to an attorney from the moment of state involvement, just like the criminally accused do in their court cases. Children's fundamental life and liberty interests are at stake in these cases. These proceedings determine whether the child can go home, whether they'll see their siblings, and whether they will be adopted or age out, amongst other things. These proceedings even determine, as you've heard today, whether children live or die. 1 out of every 2 children who die of abuse in our country are known to authorities before they die. They are not out of sight and may have had open court cases. They are known to a system that has indeed failed them. It's failed to keep them safe. A system that can ultimately never be a good parent. While we recognize that Kansas children have GALs, and GALs provide some measure of protection, the current model is confusing and ultimately results in a failure to enforce and protect these children's rights. About this confusion, while state law may seem to imply that GALs are obligated to represent a child, ambiguity in statute and rule can lead to confusion as to the precise relationship between the GAL and the child. GALs, for example, are required to make an independent investigation, and the best practitioners review documents and records, and they interview individuals involved in the case. And ultimately, they evaluate several factors to determine the alleged best interest of the child and, quote, vigorously advocate for and represent that determination in all hearings. But here in Kansas, that relationship between GALs and children gets even more confusing. In addition to representing the best interest of the child, the GAL has a duty to file appropriate pleadings on behalf of the child and present relevant facts. However, they're under no ethical obligation to the child, which results in what you heard earlier today of an ethical allegation being lodged with the courts and the courts dismissing that allegation. Additionally, GAL standards anticipate disagreement between a GAL believes to be in the best interest of the child and what are the child's wishes. And in such an event, the GAL must inform the court of that disagreement, and the court is afforded the discretion to appoint an attorney to represent the child's expressed wishes. It's our understanding that this indeed rarely, if ever, happens in the state of Kansas. All of this means that in practice, GALs function more as a court investigator, gathering information to assist the court on a good day in deciding what is in the child's best interest. They're not necessarily advocating as the child's lawyer or representative, and this is where it gets confusing. The conflation of the statutory provision describing legal representation with the GAL's duty to represent a concept, the best interest of the child, that's where the rub is in our process in Kansas. The bottom line is that children do not have an advocate giving them a voice to which they are entitled when so much of their lives are at stake. Second point, children's rights cannot effectively be enforced without client-directed attorneys. Children in foster care should be guaranteed rights ranging in nature from timely permanency in a safe and loving home to placement with or ongoing contact with siblings. In fact, here in Kansas, you just recently codified the Gail Finney Memorial Foster Care Bill of Rights. We commend you for that action. And significantly in that act, and it's distinguishable in Kansas, that Bill of Rights is enforceable. Parties can pursue equitable relief within the sync proceeding itself. The question is, who's going to pursue that relief on behalf of the child? Even if the GAL meets with the child and discovers the child's wishes, the GAL may be required to inform the court of those wishes, but they're under no obligation to advocate for them. In fact, if they disagree, as I mentioned earlier, they have to give the court the opportunity to make the appointment, which rarely, if ever, happens. Without a lawyer representing the child's position and advocating for their legal rights, children's voices are lost. What's so interesting to me about a lot of the testimony that I hear is that it centers the system. The center centers the system. The system centers itself in all the conversations. The court centers itself in all the conversations. And what I think is really profound is to what happens when we center the child in the conversation and how that might lead to some better and more meaningful outcomes. Finally, many other states, as was previously mentioned, recognize the importance of counsel for children. Kansas is not alone. There are, in fact, 10 states. The most recent one was Montana. This last session passed a law giving client-directed counsel. You heard reference to CAPTA and the provision of legal counsel. Well, the golden standard, and we believe Kansas children deserve that golden standard of client-directed counsel, is that. It's not a GAL, it's someone who's not an attorney who can't file a motion or can't enforce the proceeding. It's someone who's trained and understands how to advocate and hold the system accountable. In Arizona, our GALs largely shifted to become child attorneys. It was met with unanimous bipartisan approval in our legislature. And I want to be really clear, a judge may still appoint a GAL. We're not taking that out of the toolkit. We're just saying that the mandate is now that the child has a fighter and not just a court investigator that's supporting the process further. Conclusion, a traditional attorney-client relationship, one defined by the ethical duty to advocate for the child's positions, affords the best means of protecting the child's fundamental rights. None of us would accept less for our own children if they were in the state's care, custody, and control. We're often asked, where do you start to mend this system? The answer is here. You start right here by providing attorneys to foster children. It's the most important thing you can do to prevent additional harm to child victims and safeguard their lives and legal rights. In fact, it's the only vehicle through which we can start to hold this system accountable. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I have several questions, but let me start with committee first. Committee, do we have questions? Okay. Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you point out exactly in the Gail Finney Bill of Rights that sort of enforcement piece that you were talking about?
I don't know the exact, I mean, there's a line in there that talks about that they're able to enforce this Bill of Rights, I believe, is enforceable to pursue equitable relief within the proceeding. There's no separate legal action. There's a clarification that it's not, we're not trying to clog up the court system and create another separate legal action, but it's within the confines of that proceeding.
Okay, I'd like to investigate that a little more. We could, okay, thank you.
Representative Concanon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm remembering the hearing that we had last year about this. There seemed to be a little bit of pushback from the judiciary that there aren't enough attorneys now, and that there just aren't enough attorneys. What's your response to that?
So my response to that is if they're saying there are not enough attorneys, then there must be not enough GALs is maybe what they're saying. And I would say it's the judiciary's responsibility to secure representation for children as the legislature's directed. And that's their obligation to find those attorneys and to commit that investment to Kansas children. Another parallel, I mean, if just because we don't have nurses, would we shut down hospitals, right? It's like, I don't think, to me, that argument does not hold much water. If the issue is funding, if that's the request, what we've learned is that a lot of counties aren't even pulling down Title IV-E funding for legal representation of children with their GAL model as it is in Kansas. They're not even pulling down that funding. And just on September 28th, there's a proposed reg to even expand funding for legal representation in the states. I don't think those arguments hold water.
Can I ask one more? And then it seems like we had a conversation then that if it's a family of children, that each child would have a separate, they would have their own representation?
Depending on if there's a conflict of interest with regard to each of the children, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I so appreciate you being here today. So would these essentially be public defenders?
So they would, what we saw happen, I can tell you about the Arizona experience when this was implemented. We passed this in 2021. Governor Ducey signed it into law. Our GALs essentially became child's attorneys. What we're changing is their ethical duty. Now they have a duty to the kid. Right now they don't have that ethical duty. So we're changing the nature of that relationship so now they can be held accountable.
So I guess as a follow-up, we do have, I would say, a chronic problem of gals that are not meeting with the child. And yet they go to court and they, at times, have a say. So if we are elevating them to a position of you are their defender, how do we assure that they will actually follow through on the due diligence to defend that child?
So I'd probably shift it a little bit just because the child here is a victim of abuse and neglect. And so they need protection from the system sometimes as well as their relatives. And so right now, the ethical duty of the GALs to the court, and it would be on the court to essentially report on itself that there's a problem, and we're not seeing that happen in Kansas. Reports about GALs not living up to their responsibilities, and that's not just a lawyer. Like those are judges. Those are people who are trained and understand the system, and so changing the nexus of that relationship to the child Now there's a mechanism to come back to the system and say, you're not abiding by case timelines. You're not keeping me with my siblings. You're not giving me my personal belongings. You ignored my request. You never met with me. I don't know this person. Notice. All of these things are features that there could be an ethical obligation for the attorney to counsel them on and meet with them on, and if they're not abiding by it, that's where we get into the kind of accountability phase of it. And that may very well happen, right? Like there may very well be poor GALs that become children's attorney, and I can't say it would be a perfect system. I think we would all wish for that. But I think there's an opportunity, and that's what we're trying to provide here, is the opportunity for system accountability.
So in the process of the system, as far as children that may be placed for adoption, then you are saying with this system, the individual that is the attorney that would be serving as attorney representing the child would have a stronger voice than a gal would in a meeting.
They absolutely would.
So if the attorney had to go and deal with another client, the meeting would pause until the attorney came back, as opposed to just the gal's opinion would be ignored because they had to leave the meeting.
Right.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, Representative Howerton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this may be a question for research. Do you know of any reporting or oversight for the GALs in the state of Kansas? Like, is there any way to measure what is the climate of what's actually going on?
So, and that may be a question better for research. I want
Hi there. Natalie Nelson, Legislative Research. So, no, there's, the standards are set by Supreme Court rule in Kansas for both GALs and CASAs. As far as oversight or discipline, it's the disciplinary administrator for all attorneys is who would essentially be able to discipline if there was an issue.
Okay. So, I mean, we've all heard stories of GALs, and they're not good, but there's no oversight to that. There's no way to hear the other side of the story, but I'm very interested in this.
Other questions, committee? Yes, Senator Faustido.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is it possible for Kansas Legal Services, those attorneys who are already in the courtroom at times helping some of these situations, can they be appointed?
I certainly wouldn't be in a position to tell the Kansas Legislature how they might want to recommend that be structured, but I think different states do engage legal service providers to kind of alleviate that. I've seen other dynamics where local bar associations mandate certain requirements for engagement. I've seen certain offices be developed in the judiciary that focuses on this conversation. I think there's lots of different models around the country for how that might be structured.
I have a couple of questions. Oh, do we have? Oh, yes, go right ahead.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I appreciate your patience. I'm just thinking for the mental health of these foster children, if they think that they have a representative and that they have someone that they can go to about the frustrations with the system that can actually do something, I just think that would be a wonderful thing, and it would help them to know that they have someone.
No, that's okay. So I have a couple of questions, excuse me. Do we know, Natalie, do we know if the number of the ratio of attorneys to non-attorneys in the GAL system?
So in Kansas, you have to be an attorney to be a GAL. But yeah, in a CASA, you don't have to be an attorney.
CASA, you do not.
Right.
Okay. So they're all attorneys. And what I'm hearing you say, Kendall, is there is the fiduciary responsibility would shift from the state to the child.
Right. They now owe a duty, an ethical duty to that child, to engage that child, to advocate for that child. in a way that is not currently a feature of the Kansas system.
So I don't see that that would need additional monies. It sounds like we don't need additional funds for that. We would instead need to clarify. You're shaking your head, yes.
That's correct. Yeah,
So
I don't
then-
know that there's, and I don't even know that they're pulling down their current revenue streams for Title IV-E for legal representation. And with this recent, I mean, it was proposed again on the 28th. I think the closing date on the rule goes until like November 30th, but you're probably going to see an even widening of available funds for legal representation. So I guess I don't think that's an argument.
So then what I can see in legislation being is defining the responsibility of the GAL.
Yes, it's the legislature's opportunity to clarify for the system who the duty is owed to.
Thank you very much. Committee, other questions? Yes, Representative Humphreys.
This would be a question for Natalie. Natalie, is there any way for us to learn how much of the what we're paying the GLs, how much of it has to do with 4E funding? I mean, is it the state? Is it the county? Fed? I mean, is there any way for us to understand how does the funding work right now?
I think we could probably find that out, but since I'm not fiscal, and I don't really work with that, I could ask our fiscal colleagues in the office and get back to you.
I think that would be interesting for us to know because it would really play into as far as our funding and what we might need or not. So thank you. That'd be great.
Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So is it your experience if a child's in foster and feels that the foster home is abusive, does that attorney that represents them, they're able to step in that situation as well?
Correct. They're able to advocate for that child when there's a problem. And right, we want to create the culture with that attorney-client relationship of trust and confidentiality, so that way they're able to make those disclosures and to hopefully get a meaningful system response in a way that may not be the current dynamic. And I would just say large picture of this, look at the results of your current system. More time in care. Kansas, you're beating the national average. Look at multiple placements. 39% experience 4 or more placements. Aging out, 14%. U.S., 8%. Waiting to be adopted, 839 waited 41.5 months in Kansas. The average is 34.2. 2,464 children today are waiting to be adopted.
Thank you so much, and we are aware. We appreciate it very much, and thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Committee, we're going to move on to the next section of our meeting this afternoon, the overview of the Kansas Sole Family Legal Permanency Option. Each of our speakers will have 4 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator. And I think with your permission, I think the speakers have slated it to have some folks speak for a very short period of time and maybe a couple at the beginning, give you a little bit more of an overview. So just so it was still within the time frame, Senator. So
sounds good.
If that works.
Thank you,
so,
Madam
Thank
Secretary.
you. And my only job here today is to say to all of you how excited I am to bring the results of almost 2 years of effort in Kansas to this committee for the first legislative consideration of the Sole Family legal, the support, opportunity, unity, and legal relationship sole family legal permanency option. We're really excited about this. You are going to just have the opportunity to hear from people who've been involved in the creation of this, including young leaders who really are the minds behind this initiative. This SOL is and would be a new legal permanency option for older youth in Kansas. Kansas is honored and excited to be the first state to help advance this proposed permanency option that would allow older youth to establish a supportive circle of caring adults without having to sever legal ties with birth parents and siblings. You know, it's been about 2 years now since DCF received an invitation from the Annie E. Casey Foundation to learn more about SOL. And through the fall of 2021, we attended a series of dialogues with the Annie E. Casey Foundation and young leaders from across the country about how SOUL might work in Kansas and our readiness as a state to move forward with its development and implementation. By the end of that fall, we expressed interest. We formally self-nominated ourselves to be an early adopter of the SOUL Family Legal Permanency option. As a result of that, we gathered a team of Kansas young leaders, providers, and advocates to consider our capacity. And that group has been working for the last 2 years for what you're going to see today. Current legal permanency options in Kansas successfully provide support to many young Kansans transitioning into adulthood while in foster care. But we know there are many others who would benefit from a fourth option that results in creating nurturing, lifelong family as these young people move into adulthood. We're thrilled to be partnering with the Casey Foundation and our other partners as we advance this forward. And we really join our partners in the hope that Kansas will be the first state to successfully pass and implement the SOUL Family Permanency option. So I'm excited for you to hear more from those who follow me. I'm going to be quiet and sit down and let others tell you about what redefining what family means to young adults could look like in Kansas. I put some data in the testimony where you can see that we have 537 youth aged 16 and older who have a goal of emancipation. That means we have 537 youth who've said, those existing options aren't the best option for me. We think SOUL can be the best option and provide lifelong nurturing ties for youth. So I'm going to turn this over to Sandra Gaska and welcome Sandra back to Kansas. She is the Vice President for the Center for Systems Innovation at the Annie E. Casey Foundation.
Good afternoon. It's such a pleasure to be in front of all of you committee members, and I just thank you for your service and how you are really upholding children and families in the state of Kansas. As the Secretary said, my name is Sandra Gaska, and I am the Vice President for the Center for Systems Innovation at the Annie E. Casey Foundation. We're based in Baltimore, Maryland. We are a private, nonpartisan philanthropy that works across the country to really focus on strengthening families, to build strong communities, and to make sure that everyone has access to opportunity. And on a personal note, I'm very excited to be here as a graduate of Southwestern College and Emporia State University. Yes, and this is where I got my career started as a employee of Youthville, which is now known as Ember Hope, and then later on as a senior leader at KBC. So now I've gone on and I'm working nationally. So thank you for having me and for inviting me to be here today. And my role really is to just give you a little bit of the history of how we got started with the SOUL Family Legal Permanency option. I know that's a mouthful, but as the Secretary said, it is a legal permanency option that started by young people for young people, and it stands for support, opportunity, unity, and legal relationships. So the young leaders in the room that are here today and many of the stakeholders that support them are the true embodiment of a fundamental value of what government is all about. You want to make sure that people's values are upheld, and that's really what the focus is on today. You'll hear their input, and I'm just so thankful that you have welcomed their input. So by way of background, the idea for SOUL Family began 5 years ago when the Foundation's Jim Casey Youth Opportunities Initiative convened its Jim Casey Fellows. And that's basically a national network of young leaders across the country that come together to talk about what could be better for them based on what they've seen and what they have experienced in their own lives. And we really wanted to focus on what does it mean to strengthen legal permanency for older youth. And at its heart, this effort was fueled by a fundamental value that I know all Kansans share, which is that every child really does deserve to have nurturing relationships with caring adults that they can depend on, throughout their whole lives. And this initial conversation began, and it continues with great urgency here in Kansas today. As a matter of fact, they're meeting today. Nationally, More than 20,000 young people age out of the foster care system every single year. And what that means is that they leave without lasting and forever legal family. I think you all are very aware of that. The emancipation rates for Black, Brown, and Indigenous youth is at a higher disproportionate rate. Kansas faces the same challenges as every state in the country. In 2021, your data shows that more than 62% of young people over the age of 16 in the foster care system emancipated from care without a permanent family. I forgot to mention that we're holding the slides for Mary, who comes after me. So if you're trying to follow the slides, my apologies. For these reasons, the foundation gathered young people across the nation to share their ideas on how to improve existing permanency options, and then to find new ways of being able to help older youth drive the legal decisions that will affect them as they transition into adulthood. So I just want to share a little bit about what we learned from the young people. After 5 years, that's a lot of data, but we synthesized it. One of the things we learned is that while many young leaders experience positive results with reintegration, legal custodianship, and adoption, the existing permanency options sometimes overlook the realities and the complexities of their current relationships, their circumstances, and even their cultures. Many youth also felt that their permanency arrangements were decided for them instead of with them, and as a result, it didn't support the best choices for them. Other young people felt that existing options only promised legal permanency if they were willing to accept a more traditional notion of a nuclear family at the expense of relationships with extended family and the other more important adults in their lives. Many also felt that some of the current permanency options, such as legal custodianship, often required them to choose between permanency and then the key benefits designed to help them transition to adulthood, things like tuition support and health coverage. In addition to the new strategies designed to strengthen current permanency options, these young leaders suggested the exploration of a fourth permanency option to offer youth more flexibility to find legal permanency with a broader network of caring adults that they choose. And as a result of these thoughtful and often very difficult conversations, because they had to relive their trauma of not having left the system with a permanent family, the foundation and the young leaders have spent, as I said, the last 5 years connecting national legal experts with additional young people through focus groups, conferences, and just meetings all across the country. So this process, which has been very long, resulted in the initial concept of the sole family legal permanency option, and eventually to a truly inspiring partnership with Kansas DCF, with young leaders across the state of Kansas who have experienced foster care themselves, private service providers, community-based organizations, and leading child welfare advocates. This is the group that has come together to really conceptualize this for your state. So the foundation is thrilled and committed to this expansive Kansas partnership in helping you all take the next steps, which is to customize a legal design and a practice model that works best for young people in Kansas. So again, I want to thank you for the opportunity to let me speak before you. I'm going to turn it over to Mary Bissell, who is with Child Focus, and she's going to explain the key concepts of the sole family legal permanency option, and she will use the slides. She's the slide lady. Thank you.
Thank you, and good afternoon. Chair Gossage, Vice Chair Concanon, Ranking Minority Member of Faust-Godot, and other members of the committee. I am indeed using the slides, so I appreciate that. My name is Mary Bissell, and I'm an attorney and founding partner of Child Focus. We're a national organization that supported more than 38 states in the design and implementation of child welfare law and policy solutions, and I'm just thrilled to be here in Kansas. And I am also pleased to have had the opportunity to work with the Kansas Sole Family team in the statewide partnership to really translate the goals of this concept into something that would really work in the state and really work for young people in the state. Thank you again for the privilege of being here. Next slide, please. So today, I have the unenviable task of, oh, excellent, thank you. The unenviable task of explaining the concept and not going over my time. But I wanted to start by introducing the organizations that have been involved in this amazing process. The secretary talked about that, but it has been a really moving process to be partnering with both providers, DCF. We have 17 young people who have been informing the process, and also a variety of child welfare advocacy and community serving youth organizations as well. I particularly want to, and you're going to hear from them this afternoon, but I really want to thank the young leaders and the birth parents who have made their own lived experience the North Star of this work. And, you know, I think that you will see like the authenticity of their experiences reflected in the proposal as well. In addition to conversations with these individuals, we've also been in conversation with legal stakeholders to see how this might really work in a courtroom every day. We have updated the Supreme Court Permanency Task Force on Permanency Planning about this project, and they do not take a formal position on the proposal, but the questions that they raise, the practical questions that they've raised have been very instrumental in helping us get the proposal to this point to you all. Next slide, please. Oh, that's me. Sorry. Before explaining the key components of SOUL, I wanted to share some of the lessons that we've been learning up to this point, just from our conversations with stakeholders across the state of Kansas. The first is that SOUL Family is a promising option that obviously deserves careful deliberation and support, but no one permanency option is going to work for every young person. SOUL Family provides a strong permanency pathway for youth 16 and older who have a broad network of supportive adults, but it's not intended to be a one-size-fits-all solution. The existing permanency options of reintegration, legal custodianship, and adoption remain critical choices and may be a better fit for some children and families. But we will continue exploring new ways to strengthen the existing permanency options as well as this new one. The second thing that I really want to bring home today is that the success of SOUL Family legal permanency option ultimately depends on the strength of young people's relationships, how they're supported, and a truly authentic youth-centered practice. As you know, as members of this committee firsthand, a well-designed law is only the starting point. It's only the blueprint. From young people's perspectives, it is those caring adults, those robust state partnerships, and thoughtful implementation that will ensure long-time success. Also, if you think that there are pieces of this that resonate with other existing permanency options, you're right. SOUL Family really builds on the most successful components. Young people have helped shape the concept, and they've intentionally identified the aspects of current legal permanency that have worked in their lives. They've tried to eliminate what doesn't in practical reality and explored alternative ways to bridge the gaps that they've perceived in their experience. And I guess finally, and I think this is something that, that this committee knows well, new legal pathways are always a bit uncertain, but we owe it to the young people in foster care to innovate, test, and innovate again. And in a country where half of young people age out of care without permanent legal adult supports, we have to take the potential of new ideas seriously, especially when they come from those most impacted by some of the deficiencies in the status quo. So, I have it. So what is the idea behind SOUL Family legal permanency option? If you, like me, are a visual learner, I'm hoping that this graphic will help. In short, SOUL Family is a new youth-driven legal permanency option for young people ages 18 and over. And as Sandra said, it was designed by and for people with lived experience and then further developed by young people right here in the state of Kansas. There are three things, there are four big pieces of the SOUL Family legal permanency option that I want to bring to your attention. The first is that SOUL Family allows young people to choose one or more unrelated legal decision makers. And this is a really important thing, a really important piece of what we heard from young people. As you can see, we'll call her Danielle. Danielle is in the center of this relationship wheel, and she is surrounded by, and she's right where she should be. She's surrounded by a circle of supportive adults, all of whom play different roles in her life, as they do in all of our children's lives. First and foremost, Soul Family would allow Danielle to legalize her relationship with one or more of these caring adults in her life, the folks that you see pictured in yellow here, adults that she has identified as legal caregivers with the ongoing support of her caseworkers. Unlike current permanency options that limit a legal custodian or an adoptive parent to one legal decision maker or a married couple, this new option would allow Danielle to choose more than one responsible adult without blood or marital ties to each other. This could be a combination, for example, of an aunt and a foster parent, an adult sibling and a family friend, a cousin and an uncle. The combinations are endless, but those folks who Danielle feels are the best caregivers for her. And because it's also, while each of these adults would share the authority to make legal decisions in partnership with the young person, Danielle would have to ask the court to designate one of these adults as the primary legal decision maker in the case of disagreement among those results. And this is something that we heard would help administrability in the courtroom. As is true for birth parents, adoptive parents, and legal custodians, sole legal caregivers would let me back up for 1 second. It's critically important that young people, that their caring adult relationships last a lifetime. That's what we heard over and over. And so for this reason, the court would not formally terminate sole family relationships at the age of 18. But like adoptive families, birth families, the sole legal caregivers would not really have ongoing legal rights and responsibilities over adult children. It was still incredibly important, however, to the young people that this relationship not be terminated at the age of majority. Sole family also does not confer inheritance rights or the ability for young adults to participate in future medical decisions with their sole caregivers, although that was something that came up several times as being incredibly important, that they wanted to have a role as their caregivers aged, just as our children would want to do. But we do have language, or we would suggest language that would, and good practice to encourage caregivers and those young adults to have those conversations about what they want to do, whether they want to have a will, what the medical power of attorney would look like as their caregivers age. A second key feature of sole family legal permanency is that Danielle would not be required to terminate legal relationships with her parents, siblings, and extended family members. Those are pictured in the blue circles that you see. The ability to maintain existing family relationships was absolutely critical to young leaders who designed Soul. And while Danielle's parents would no longer make legal decisions on her behalf, she would still have the freedom to interact with her parents, her siblings, and extended family without having to legally sever important family, community, and cultural ties. Third, the Soul family would also allow the court to formally recognize other important adults in Danielle's life, those pictured in the orange circles that you see in the graphic. These adults could include, for example, a friend's parents, ministers, teachers and coaches, old neighbors, family friends. And while these supportive adults would have no legal rights or responsibilities to the young person, Soul family would allow the court to call out and formally recognize these supports, just as it does, for example, to witnesses for a marriage. So, as for example, my husband and I have invited several recent alumni from foster care to live with us over the last several years, and until they are able to find a good job and save enough money to live on their own. If Soul family were available in our state, and I hope it will be, in Maryland, we could be part of this extended network of caring adults by standing up in court, expressing our commitment to help launch and support these amazing young people throughout their lives. And finally, Soul family would also provide critical benefits to help young people transition successfully into adulthood. The young people who designed Soul shared with their adult supporters that no permanency option should force them to choose between a permanent network of loving adults and the critical benefits that they need to transition successfully into adulthood. Next slide, please. Oh, that's me. I'm so sorry. Oh, it just takes a while. Let's see. Sorry. While the sources of funding may differ, DCF's fiscal analysis assumes that sole family financial stipend, tuition assistance, health coverage, and various other expenses would help support this new permanency option in a way that would neither disadvantage the young people who choose it or disincentivize other permanency pathways if those are the better choices for the young people. Before closing, I also want to address the most common question about the sole family legal permanency option. How is sole different from legal custodianship or guardianship? While there are definite similarities between these two permanency options, there are also important philosophical, legal, and practice differences here. Unlike legal custodian, sole family allows young people to designate more than one unrelated adult decision maker, as I mentioned before. And unlike permanent custodianship, youth must agree and consent to the appointment of their sole family. Finally, sole family is available only to young people 16 and up, the age at which those who design this concept and certainly adolescent brain science supports the young person's ability to really discern their own potential caregivers. From a philosophical perspective, the young designers were insistent that sole family occupy its own distinct place in the sync code and not build upon what some perceived based on their own individual experiences as a sometimes weak foundation of legal custodianship. In the practice arena, it's also been important to youth and their adult supporters that sole family does not simply create a new law, but meaningfully changes the way permanency is done by putting young people in the driver's seat to direct what is best for them. Testing and perfecting a youth-centered way of doing business will also help to strengthen the other existing permanency options. Finally, I have included in the record in addition to comparisons with legal custodianship, I have included a slide that compares sole family concept with all the other existing permanency options. And I have also included some of the legal questions that have come up as we've vetted this concept on the statewide level for you all to review as you help to shape this permanency option. The sole family legal permanency option is an incredible opportunity for Kansas and frankly for states across the country. It is as promising, as complex as every young person's life and relationships, and I sincerely hope this presentation has given you a clear introduction to what is behind this new permanency pathway. But I humbly turn it over to our next panel of lived experts to explain why this matters so much in young people's lives. Thank you.
Welcome, Alexandria.
Hi, here's this for you. Good afternoon, Chair Gossage, Vice Chair Concanon, and Ranking Minority Member Fascadeau, and Joint Committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on SOUL. And my name is Alexandria Ware, and I am a Legal and Policy Co-Chair, and I'm also the founder of Culture Creations, Inc., that works with youth aging out of care. So in my testimony, you will hear me refer to my foster family as my adopted family. They were my sole family before sole family was presented. That way that clears up that question at the end. So when I couldn't be with my family or be in my community where I wanted to be, it was important to me. Being family bound is more important than anything, and Soul Family invites young people to help that design and structure them, the one that we need to thrive. In foster care, I was fortunate enough to create a deep, lasting bond with an elder in my adopted family. He became the person I referred to as my papa. My papa gave me a sense of stability and love, and beyond that, beyond what my adoptive family provided me. Rather than focusing on my behaviors and what I was or was not doing, as the state likes to, he focused on simply loving me and providing me with genuine support I needed. He was a man who meant what he meant. I never felt like I had to question any of his love or anything that he did. He always showed up for me, even when I went to K-State. I was lucky with my adoptive family they came with additional people who in my life, besides my papa, while it was not legally recognized, our relationship was extremely important to me and is still extremely important to me to this day. When I think of my adopted family, I primarily think of my relationship with my papa. He was the person who took me shopping, he was involved in school, he cheered me on, and he showed me up for me when I needed it most. He paid me for all my good grades, so I was like, there's an incentive to be smart. While my foster family provided me with room and board, my papa was my real caregiver. He showed up when it counted the most. He went above and beyond by even taking foster parent classes so I could feel welcomed and cared for when I was with him. Next to my siblings, I was closest to my papa when he was alive. Even though it wasn't a legal relationship, he was still my papa. Young people need to be at the table for foster care when there's anything that concerns changing permanency options that work for them. We're often told our voice is important. So I'm here today speaking on the behalf of the young people who can't be here. We all have different experiences, yet we share all the belief that young people need a permanent, supportive community of adults to thrive. And if we can't be with our family of origin, we must identify and design a family that often exists beyond the current permanency options. Many youth in foster care already have critical connections. They have relationships with extended family, mentors, community members that aren't just formalized or recognized. Soul Family would help create a pathway for foster care providers to find support and formalize these connections. I'm here today as a reminder that while we have a history of making Band-Aid solutions for our families, we want to ensure that there is no more, that this is real and legal forever. Young people in foster care deserve the right to choose who they want in their lives. We need to partner with them so they can name who that is. We need to ask young people, who's important to you? We need to ask them, who do you go to when you have a problem? Soul Family isn't about two parents. It's about a community. While my adopted family provided me with room and board and the necessities, housing, food, clothing, all those things, my papa provided me with emotional support. He reminded me how important education was and still is and why I needed one, not just to make friends, but to get a good job. He always said, go at it with joy in your heart. And as a kid, I never understood what he meant. While I didn't understand it at the time, now I do, and I make sure I do everything with joy. Those life lessons are seeds he planted in me and helped me grow and develop into who I am today. Even though the relationship being legally recognized still means the world. Even though without the relationship being legally recognized, it still means the world to me. When I think about the relationship, love and community drove it. My papa was a community papa. My best friends call him their papa, and I aspire to be a community aunt. It took more than my adopted parents to support me. It took additional people who came along with relationships to help connect me when I needed the most. The layered relationships I had in my life gave me space to find a sense of stability and love. It created a space for my papa to push aside my normal adolescent behaviors and focus on loving me and being genuine. He meant the world to me, and he meant what he meant. I never had to question his love. He showed up no matter what. When I talk about my foster family today, I'm always going to talk about my papa. The relationship that wasn't legally recognized or supported, but the one who gave me my true caregiver and his unconditional love. While I don't believe legislation can regulate love, or we can't legislate love, I do believe we can design laws that support what young people in foster care need the most to thrive and grow. To support a community of healthy relationships, to have people in our lives who will guide us through graduation, cheer us on when we get that diploma, celebrate the first job the way my papa did for me. Soul Family lifts up love and relationships in a way that is legally recognized and supported and acknowledges that it takes a whole community to thrive. Thank you.
Excellent, Alexandria. Thank you so much. And next we have Kristen.
Good afternoon, Chair Gossage, Vice Chair Concannon, Ranking Minority Member Fauscadeau, and members of the committee. My name is Kristen Powell, and I'm also a co-chair of the Kansas Soul Family Legal and Policy Work Group. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all today. The Soul Family proposal is important because it will have a positive impact on young people who have experienced foster care. I know this because not only am I someone with lived experience, I'm also a mother. As a parent, I have the privilege of both deep connections and a loving relationship with my kids. I cherish the nights where we lay in bed cuddling and sharing the I love you moments. Healthy, permanent connections with caring adults are key to all children and all youth's development into adulthood. It was essential for my development, and it will be for my children's. Soul Family embodies and honors that family is an expression of both love and support. Young people should not have to wonder if we are loved. We should feel it, and we should know that it is present no matter what stage of life that we are in. The current permanency options available do not work for all foster youth. Soul Family is an innovative approach that allows young people to bring in supportive adults who might have been overlooked or bypassed, such as a mentor from school or a coach. And this allows for them to create a legal pathway for this relationship to receive the support and thrive. When I first heard of Soul Family, I couldn't believe that it was real. But I was very curious and drawn into the idea of what it promised and what and who it would take to make it happen. I've been involved professionally in child welfare and juvenile justice advocacy for the past 8 years. I've always wanted to be a part of an initiative that actually moves the system. To do this, we have to truly center caring relationships. Young people and families need to be heard, and it takes building one-on-one, permanent connections, and healing. Soul Family is a part of this healing journey. I will be honest, my own experience in foster care was extremely bad, but I believe that we can do better. Soul Family allows for young people to choose what they want family to look like. It moves through the connections and bonds often lost because of foster care. Soul Family provides hope and opportunity for those wounds to heal, and it empowers young people to have agency and choice in their own lives. I support Soul Family in Kansas because young people are helping shape and lead this effort. Young people with lived experience have been actively involved in recruiting and bringing on other Kansas young people to be a part of the Soul Family team, and we are being listened to and we're being heard. We have taken on a lot of leadership in Soul Family Kansas from the very beginning, from being a part of the initial Soul Summit held by the Annie E. Casey Foundation to recruiting and assembling a core team of lived experts to be a part of the Kansas planning team. Lived experts like myself are actively engaged in the Soul work groups centered around policy and legal design, developing the practice model for Soul Kansas, communicating and marketing Soul in Kansas communities, and using data and research that drives decision-making. In fact, every Soul Family subcommittee is co-chaired by individuals with lived experience, including myself. We are building and co-designing a new vision for permanency together. Young people are authentically asked for their opinions and are also at the decision-making table in which which is different from the status quo. We are currently in the process of designing and developing focus groups so that we can hear directly from young people currently in foster care about how Soul Family could support their permanency goals. We know that this is an ambitious goal. In fact, this is why it's so important that young people with lived experience are working together with community partners and stakeholders to make it a reality. Lived experts know what the system is like and have had first-hand experience with how it goes down, and we know what it looks like and feels like to be on the ground. Learned experts have the insider information and connections to get things done, and working together, we can provide both the expertise and the technical knowledge and the relationships to get this done. People with lived experience are fighting hard for Soul. We naturally have each other's back to make this system better and to make it a reality. And we also need the key decision makers and power brokers to believe in us and work beside us in Kansas so that Kansas youth and families can all have those cherished nights and the I love you moments. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. And now we have Rachel Marsh.
Chair Gossage, Vice Chair Concanon, Ranking Member Faust-Cadeau, and members of the committee, my name is Rachel Marsh. I'm with the Children's Alliance of Kansas, and I'm here to offer my support for the young people that have spoken before me and the Soul Permanency project that we're working on together. The young people, I'm going off script. I think it's really been to listen to them come up to the podium and explain to you, gives you just a taste of what it's been like to work on this project over the last more than 12 months for me. It's been such a privilege and an honor to sit down together with young leaders who have a vision for what they want to see change in foster care and have those young leaders guide us. It's not only a new concept, the sole family legal permanency, it's a new process that we're bringing to the legislature. And we really, at the bottom line and the end of my testimony, what I ask is for this committee to help us support that process, that will continue to listen to the voices of the young people who bring their own lived experience and have put so much of themselves into the development of this new idea. At the beginning of my testimony, and I apologize for my cough, I don't believe I'm contagious anymore. The beginning of my testimony, I've shared some statistics about the challenges facing young people who do age out of foster care, and we need to continue to work on those issues. I don't believe anyone on this committee is unfamiliar with the challenges that face that particular population. Excuse me. So I just want to review the three main reasons that the youth have brought forward to why we need SOUL. One is that it engages youth in a way that values their voices and important relationships. And through this process, it's been reinforced or enforced to me the absolute imperative of engaging youth in the legal solutions that will impact their lives. What I've experienced through this process is the opportunity to sit down with young people and say, tell me off the record, why do you support this? And what I've heard, it just made me think we absolutely need to consider the voices of these young people. One story that I can't share the story because I said I would keep it confidential, but what it came down to was this young person was expressing to me, I did not feel like anyone was listening. I didn't feel like my case manager was hearing me, my GAL wasn't hearing me, the court wouldn't let me speak, and I ended up running away because I couldn't get anyone to hear me. And I didn't even know what my permanency option was supposed to be. What I see in SOUL as a leader of an organization of service providers is the opportunity for us to design a new way of engaging with young people so they will have more increased safety. So they will not have that sense of desperateness to have to run away or act out in other ways, that they will feel listened to as we engage with them through what is your life going to be as you age out or you don't age out of foster care. But once you hit 16 and you've had these life experiences, you really need to have a driver's seat at the table of what your future is going to be. So I believe that mucks up all of my testimony in the order that I wrote it, but I do believe that this sole permanency option advances three main goals of child welfare. And the first is child safety, the second is child well-being, and the third is actually moving young people who are in foster care for longer than they need to be out so they can begin their lives with their supportive family relationships that they've developed and that they've chosen. So what I do also want to explain is what is the role of the Children's Alliance in this conversation. As someone who you do see frequently appear at the State House during session, I will be available to ask and answer questions that you may have. And to also be supportive of the young people, help make sure that they know when the hearings are and that they feel supported during this process from our side. So if you do have any questions, we're happy to support you and stand for questions at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. And now we have John Wilson on WebEx.
All right. Good afternoon, Chairperson Gossage and Vice Chairperson Concanon and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide some comments in support of the sole family legal permanency option. And I appreciate the opportunity to provide comments via WebEx. I'm in Detroit at a conference, but I'll tell you, I didn't want to miss the opportunity first to hear from my friends and colleagues in this project, to hear them talk about this work, but also just to personally tell you all how supportive Kansas Action for Children is of this concept and of the process that has been used to develop this proposal that I hope the legislature will consider in the coming session. For those of you who don't know, Kansas Action for Children is a nonprofit, nonpartisan advocacy organization that's working to make Kansas a place where every child has the opportunity to grow up healthy and to thrive. And we are proud to support this work alongside a network of partners to build understanding of the soul family concept and to build the resources and services and administrative and legal infrastructure needed to make this a reality in Kansas. It's been said by prior conferees, but we know that policy that is informed by those closest to the issue is more likely to lead to positive, sustainable outcomes. And Soul Family is unique and transformative because it was created by young people. Because the current legal permanency options do not meet the needs of all young people in foster care. There are a variety of reasons we support Soul Family. We believe it will increase the number of young people who exit foster care with permanent legal relationships with trusted and supportive adults, while still allowing them to maintain those close and healthy relationships with siblings and their birth family members. This committee knows the issues impacting the child welfare system, and therefore you all understand that bold and innovative solutions that center the needs of young people are essential if we're ever going to make any meaningful progress. I'm going to go off script a little bit like Rachel did and just say that as I've participated in these Soul Family meetings, one thing that I've struck by is the insights and the comfort with which young people have shared their experiences with agency leaders and agency staff who might be uncomfortable to hear such direct feedback about a program that they're running. And I'm also struck by how DCF and the staff at DCF and leadership at DCF have been embracing feedback and how to improve. We don't often see that. And this project really has been so well designed to create the space where people impacted by the system can speak their truth to people who are running the system, and we work through those challenges together. And I hope that as the committee moves forward with this concept and as the legislature moves forward with this concept, we do it in that same spirit where we lead with curiosity and kindness and grace to learn and to grow and to always get back to who the most important person is in this process, and that's the young person. Ooh. There we are.
This is the national alert you probably all heard about, so give us a minute.
Yep. I won't be able to buy ice cream for everybody's phone going off, Chairwoman. I think we've cycled through it all from what I can hear, including my phone.
Yeah. And John,
I'll just end by saying, when the time comes for this committee to make recommendations to the legislature, I respectfully ask that Soul Family permanency option be added to your list of recommendations, and look forward to questions you might have for me.
John, we have a very loud system here in case somebody runs over on their testimony.
That's right. That's me. Of course, it's me. Yep. Yeah. The least important voice runs over, right? Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, yeah. Yes, I get it. I get it.
Thank you so much. And next we have Adina Morse.
Good afternoon, now that everybody's awake. Chair Gossage, Vice Chair Concanon, Ranking Minority Member Falscadeau, and members of the Kansas Legislature's Joint Committee on Child Welfare System Oversight. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today about the Soul Family Legal Permanency Option. My name is Adina Morse, and while I am an attorney, my role at Kansas Appleseed is as child advocate. I am here today because I want to see this truly unique legal permanency option, which you have heard about from the speakers before me, become a reality in the state of Kansas. I've been involved in the Soul Family Legal Permanency Option since November of 22. I have worked alongside young leaders as they developed a legal permanency option that will transform the lives of children in foster care age 16 and over. The Soul Family Legal Permanency Option, and as you've heard, SOUL stands for Support, Opportunity, Unity, and Legal Relationship, represents a groundbreaking approach to permanency planning for older youth in foster care. It allows young people the agency to choose their soul family, a concept rooted in the belief that every child deserves a loving and supportive family. I deeply support the sole family legal permanency option for two main reasons. One, it is imagined and powered by young people for young people. And two, it will assist the state of Kansas in meeting the requirements of the settlement agreement of the ongoing McIntyre v. Howard lawsuit. My role as the legislative session gets underway is to work with these young people behind this innovative legislation. I, along with Kansas Appleseed's Deputy Director Mike Fonkert, will be guiding young people involved in the development of the sole family legal permanency option as they connect with members of the Kansas House and Senate to introduce, explain, and ask for support for this legislation. The settlement agreement in the McIntyre lawsuit outlines crucial requirements to improve the child welfare system, including addressing failures in placement and improving mental health outcomes for children in foster care. The sole family legal permanency option is directly aligned with these requirements. Sole families' desired outcomes include increase the number of young people who maintain close and healthy relationships with siblings and birth family members during and after foster care. Expand permanency options for young people whose needs are not met by adoption, reunification, and legal guardianship, including young people who are parenting. Reduce the length of stay for older youth in foster care by increasing their options for establishing their permanent families. And reduce the number of young people living in group settings or institutions. Kansas Appleseed, with its unwavering commitment to advocating for the rights and well-being of children, is proud to work alongside lived experience experts in navigating the legislative process. And we are proud to support the sole family legal permanency option. We understand the importance of giving those who have experienced the foster care system firsthand a voice in shaping the policies that directly impact their lives. Lived experience experts provide invaluable insights into the challenges and needs of youth in care, and their involvement in the legislative process is essential to crafting effective and empathetic policies. In conclusion, I urge you to support the sole family legal permanency option and to recognize its alignment with the settlement agreement requirements in the McIntyre lawsuit. By doing so, we can create a more compassionate and effective child welfare system that prioritizes the well-being and agency of the youth it serves. Let us ensure that every child in foster care, age 16 and above, has the opportunity to choose their sole family and experience the love and stability they deserve. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all of the conferees. Committee, we have about 7 minutes, and if you have any questions for someone who'd like to call them up, please do so. Senator Faustido.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is for Adina and one for Alexandria. Adina, as you come to the microphone, so this this topic, soul, I love the concept. We do know that when our kids age out of the foster care system, they usually rotate back around to their families anyway. So this is a great concept. So do you want it just to be in policy and procedure or in state statute? And do you want funding also?
Well, I know that we want it to be in state statute because Mary Beissel's already ordered a KSA hat. I think that way. And I cannot speak to the fiscal analysis at this point, right? Mary may be able to speak to that, but we envision it being a statute.
Okay, thank you. And then Alexandria, since we're time limit here. So in Wichita, I came to an event that you had. Yes, share a little bit of what that was, because I was kind of rushing through. So were the other kids there, former kids in foster care?
Yes.
So I think that day you also had your foster family and your birth family there too. So now this all makes sense. So elaborate just a little bit on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, as I said, I'm the founder and CEO of Culture Creations, as well as doing this stuff. So my family and I created a nonprofit for kids aging out of foster care. And so we host 2 big events every year. So one is our Grinchy Heart Holiday Party, and then the other one, named by our young people, is called We Survive Community Graduation. Because if you know the statistics about young people and their education when aging out of care, a lot of kids don't complete high school or graduate college, and then they don't have anyone in the audience for them to celebrate graduation. And so my grandpa always showed up to all my graduations. I have a master's degree, and he made sure to come down to Oklahoma State when I graduated from there to be there. And so it really came from the fact of the matter that no matter what I do, my family always shows up to support me. And so how can we do that for young people? How can we wrap around the love and community? And like you said, Senator Fascato, my adopted family and my biological family was there. So they helped volunteer. They helped put everything together. I was on baby duty, and I told them to just make it pretty, and I would hold the baby. And so that's what I did. But anything I do, we do it as a group. So my families are very meshed together.
Thank you, committee. Other quick questions? Alexandria? Oh, I'm sorry. And who was your question for?
I got my question answered.
You did, okay. I just want to say thank you and congratulations on your master's.
Thank you.
And I have a question for Secretary Howard. We've heard all this wonderful testimony, and forgive me, but I'm trying to exactly understand. So how is it currently, and how would legislation change how it is currently?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. I'm probably the least informed person at the microphone. But essentially, and folks have been working on what draft legislation would look like. Essentially, the draft legislation would create the 4th permanency option in statute within our sync code. So it would create SOL as a 4th permanency option beyond reintegration, custodianship, and adoption as a permanency option. And so there are several components of the statute that would be modified to describe how that process would work. We'd be happy at an appropriate point to talk more in detail about that. But folks have done work on the legislation already as part of this process, as well as looking at the fiscal impact, which the fiscal impact is really about those youth having the same access to some of those aging out supports that they wouldn't lose some of those supports should they have a sole family. So again, we've also done some work on the fiscal impact of that as well.
Thank you, and that actually really helps. Thank you very much, Secretary
Yes,
Howard.
and that's why the reference was to some of the advocates talking about helping the young people through the session, because there would be a piece of legislation to be introduced.
Thank you. I also, committee, want to point your attention to the written-only testimony from Nakia Gatson. It is 1:30, and I believe we have
One quick question.
a quick question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm not sure who's best suited to answer this, but if the system made a decision for them to be adopted and they are not wanting to stay in that adopted setting, what age do they have to be to make a decision that they would rather be in sole family legal permanency option?
That's a great question. So the sole family would just be young people 16 and up. But I think, and we haven't worked this out in terms of the technicalities of it, but I think the recommendation would probably be that if you were in an adoption, for example, that was disrupted, that you could then designate a sole family. And so, but that would, again, only be available to young people 16 and up.
Thank you very much.
So just to answer that too, in any adoption, if the person being adopted is over 14, they have to consent to the adoption also.
Right, I was just thinking of some of our younger kids that we're hearing aren't too happy with their situation. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Before we move on, I just want to say thank you to Cornerstones of Care for Lunch, and also Senator Faustido and I have, and others have been asking for this card for a long time. That is something we could hand to folks who have Cornerstones of Care. We would love to have this from the other providers, and this just gives an easy phone number to say, this is where you can go, and this is who you can call if you have questions. Thank you for that. Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move to recess this open meeting for a closed executive meeting pursuant to KSA 75-4319A to discuss matters under the jurisdiction listed in KSA 75-4319B8 related to a child alleged or adjudicated to be in need of care permitted to be discussed in a closed meeting pursuant to KSA 38-2212D1 and KSA 38-2213E, because discussion of such matters in an open meeting would jeopardize the confidentiality of records concerning such child and investigation relating to such child's death. And I also include that we would resume the open meeting in room 112 North at 2 p.m. and to record this motion if adopted as a part of the committee's permanent records. Now, the only members of the joint committee and the following designated personnel of the Department for Children and Families shall be present in such closed executive meeting, and that would be Secretary Laura Howard, Deputy Secretary Tanya Keys, and Ashley Lang, the Northeast Region CPS Program Administrator.
Committee, we have heard the motion. Do we have a second? Seconded by Representative Concanon. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Committee, we are now going into closed session.
just to provide you with some updates and just highlighting a few of the things in our written testimony. So I will start by highlighting the statewide referral system. So as you may remember, KDHE entered into a contract with the KU Center for Public Partnerships and Research and helped us create the IRIS database and referral system that we're using for the CARE program. And it's really been instrumental in the exchange of information between DCF and the medical resource centers. So starting on June 1st, I have the data from June 1st through August 31st. DCF transmitted a total of 803 written referrals. So those are the kind of summaries of the reports of children who are 5 and under or under 6 with reports for physical abuse and neglect. And so 803 of those were sent to the Medical Resource Center. You can see in the table on the second page the recommendations that were provided back to DCF by the Medical Resource Center, and 96 of the children in the report were recommended that they be referred for a medical examination by a care provider, and another 12 needed a medical examination by a board-certified child abuse pediatrician. So the care provider could be the child abuse pediatrician or another one of the care providers in the community. So you can kind of see the breakdown, but I wanted to highlight those two areas specifically. And in the second table on page 2, you can see the regions, the DCF regions where the referrals were from. And so you can see we're getting referrals from all across the state of Kansas. The second area that I wanted to update you on is the CARE network and the training of medical providers across the state. So just a little under 2 weeks ago, we had our second 2-day training. And so we had trained the first group of providers a year ago, so September 22, and had about 22 people who had agreed to be care providers across the state. And then last week, we trained another group of providers, and we're hopeful that the network will grow to be 33 care providers across the state in the next few months. So 11 of those that we trained about 2 weeks ago have expressed interest in being part of the network. And so you can see on the map where we have providers now across the state. And you can see kind of the breakdown. We've trained 52 providers across the state, but not all are currently able to commit to being a care provider at this time. But we have trained a good number of people, I think, in a short period of time. So you can see on the second to last page the breakdown of physicians, PAs, and nurse practitioners that have been trained in the 2 separate trainings that we've had so far. The other thing I'll just highlight is the ongoing training. So we're using the ECHO model, which is a webinar-based training that we have continuously. So we host a monthly webinar for care providers across the state to share de-identified cases that we can all learn from and to share best practices with care providers in that setting as well. So I'll close by just reading one of the success stories. So it's a story that was submitted by a DCF worker. And this DCF worker shared that prior to the care referral process, there were many areas across Kansas which did not have medical professionals available who were trained in child abuse or neglect. They've seen success in their Southwest region with care referrals to care providers. DCF had a case of a 5-year-old child who had extensive bruising and was placed in police protective custody. DCF receives training on marks and bruises, but doesn't have the medical expertise to paint the full picture. So with this particular case, the DCF worker knew it was important to have this child seen by a medical professional trained in child abuse and immediately contacted the care provider to set up an appointment and submitted the care referral. The care provider was able to provide additional details from the medical exam to corroborate what DCF and law enforcement had learned, and this led to law enforcement being able to make an arrest on this particular case, and the DCF worker said the collaboration between the medical provider, law enforcement, and DCF helped make sure this child was safe from further abuse. The DCF worker said the child was placed in foster care, and when they were finally in a safe place, told the worker, "I'm glad someone stood up for me." The DCF worker shared that this was a case that will stay with her forever and how much she valued the collaboration that the CARE legislation has helped provide in their community. So, dropped my paper. With that, I will just thank you again for your support, and I'm happy to take any additional questions.
Committee, are there questions? Yes. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will take every opportunity to commend what you are doing. We started this, 2 years ago now?
Yes, sir.
It is an awesome program, and as I talk to law enforcement contacts, they're starting to understand how it's working, and I'm very thankful. Do you accept anyone else in your training other than those 3 categories? You mentioned doctors, nurses, et cetera.
So far, we've had, nurse practitioners. We've also had nurses, so registered nurses who aren't nurse practitioners, but we've had nurses attend, physician assistants, and physicians, and I think that's who we've had so far.
Would you accept someone like me to come through your training?
Yes. Well, you can, Representative Concanon came to one of our trainings, too. You'd be welcome to come.
Thank you.
Yes.
Let me know, please.
Yeah, absolutely.
Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for being here and for all of your leadership in this. I was at a human trafficking training workshop this last weekend, and one of the interesting things that they shared with us was that 87%, this is a national average, 87% of human trafficking victims have at some point been in contact with a healthcare provider, but only 2% of those that are there are ever reported as being victims or potential victims of human trafficking. So in the training, is there any discussion about looking for signs of individuals that might be perhaps trafficked?
I don't think we covered that specifically, but that's certainly something we could cover in our ECHO webinar. I can speak for our own clinic. We do a screening. So we have a screening for every child who is above the age of, I think it's 11, where we have a validated screening tool. We've actually published some articles on it. So we screen every child 11 and over to see if they kind of meet the high-risk criteria to make us kind of dig in further to see if they could be a victim of human trafficking. And that's certainly something that I think we actually did share in one of our ECHO webinars. So not part of the 2-day training, but one of the ECHO webinars about the validated screening tool, and something we could certainly do even more with. Definitely.
I appreciate it, and thank you for the help.
Yes.
Any other questions, committee? Yes. Representative Howerton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just looking at your table 2 on page 2. It looks like Wichita is almost double the number of referrals. Could you maybe elaborate on that, or as to why? Is it just because they have more foster care kids in custody, or?
So I don't know the statistics in terms of number of kids in custody off the top of my head. I would need help from someone else with that. I do know that they did an exceptional job with the care referrals. So when we break the numbers down by percentage in terms of the percent of reports received and percent of reports submitted, they're just doing a really excellent job with making sure that every report submitted is then referred for the written IRIS evaluation. So I think they're maybe just really doing a great job with use of the IRIS system. So I kind of think it just represents them being super users and really doing an excellent job with their workflow and making sure all the reports are referred. Yep.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we will have Carrie Lawnard, the child advocate.
Good afternoon, Chair Gossage and Vice Chair Concanon, and I believe Ranking Minority Leader stepped out, and members of the committee. Thank you for having me this afternoon, and I appreciate that we were able to jump on time, so I'll try to keep you there. So the written testimony, you'll find I have a number of pages that is written testimony, and towards the back of that, I do just have really what we've provided before as just a quick snapshot review of some numbers. And When we're looking at that, I think there's just a couple takeaways. So the first one, and really this is going to, I think, speak maybe directly to a question or comment that actually Senator Baumgartner had earlier. So at the top, you'll find that of those reports, formal investigations that we've opened and reports that we've issued, as we're looking at concerns that come in, we may find that they are supported or unsupported. One of the things that we often find are supported as concerns as we're looking into cases, we're identifying those policies that are listed out both by DCF and by our CMPs. And as we're reviewing those concerns in those files, if we've identified places within the case where policy may not have been followed, and I think there's a variety of reasons why that may not have happened, then we would find that that concern is supported. And when we issue those reports, those are issued to the agencies, so DCF and the CMPs, if they're the agencies that are identified. And as we may have found a particular concern supported. We may have noted that a particular policy may not have been followed. We may identify the reasons why we believe it may not have been followed. It may have been interpreted differently. There may have been a lack of training or supervision. That gives the opportunity for the agencies to provide a response to us when we issue those reports. Sometimes we receive responses, sometimes we don't. But to answer the question, I think, from the senator earlier, is that we have received responses from agencies that basically say, thank you for bringing this to our attention. This is a training or a learning opportunity for our staff in a particular office, a particular region, maybe a particular supervisor in their team. And so they will identify steps that they intend to take to address maybe that gap in awareness of the policy or in actual practice. We've received responses from agencies where they may determine that the policy as intended may not being implemented in practice, and so they're reviewing the actual wording of the policy to determine whether it needs to be amended or not. So I do think that there are opportunities as we're looking at cases for some accountability and for some learning opportunities around policy. Some other takeaways. So if you look at the number of the types of concerns that we receive, agency conduct is a large area that we receive concerns about. And it won't be new to this committee about the number of reasons that can impact how caseworkers are managing their cases, how communication looks, how decisions are made. So as we look at those concerns, I think that there are some key things that are occurring that hopefully will improve some of those concerns that our office is receiving. So one of those is managing that caseload size. So we know that the new RFP has some more specific provisions within that around caseload size. And so we believe that that will impact some of those concerns that we're hearing, because our caseworkers are going to be able to manage those caseloads better. Secondly is supervision initiatives. So I believe that there's a program, the Can Coach program, and there's some other initiatives that are being supported both through DCF and our CMPs to support supervision. Oftentimes, as we delve into concerns, we're finding that our supervisors were managing caseloads, or they were new, or there really wasn't a great framework for them to provide proper supervision. So again, these are things that we believe will impact and improve some of those concerns that we're hearing. And then third in that area is recruitment and retention, and just some of the worker well-being efforts. Being last, I was able to hear, I think, some of the encouraging news from our CMPs in regards to maintaining their workforce and the decrease in number of open positions, which is encouraging. And I think that this committee, our legislature, our department are really trying to focus and make efforts to address that workforce concern. Child safety is another area that we receive a lot of concerns about, and protecting children when they do go home. And so, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that when I talk about maybe looking at specifics moving forward this next session.
Unnecessary removal. We hear that concern a lot. And I'm not going to repeat what everyone said about the 4 questions. We've talked about it before. That's an important piece of that. We also have heard kind of that shift in thinking regarding mandatory reporting versus mandatory supporting. I know that ks.gov has worked with DCF and some other groups to really kind of change their training around that concept. And so if you have not looked at those trainings, I would encourage you to do so. They're available for the public to also look at and go through. And there's, I think, 2 or 3 different levels that really talk about, as a mandatory reporter, some of the things that we should be looking at, questions that we should be asking. And then the judicial process. We hear a lot of concerns about the judicial process, and that's talking about court proceedings, judges, attorneys, and you know, earlier there was some presentation and discussion around that as well. So before I shift to some of those kind of key areas that our division would recommend looking at and moving forward to address maybe key pieces within our system, I do want to highlight that our office over the last year and a half, almost 2 years now, has received a lot of concerns around our best interest staffing process. And we had noted before that we had initiated some conversations around that process. And as we compiled those conversations and we started looking at policies and practices in other states and within our state, those concerns continue to come in. And so we kept taking a step back and looking at that report, and we really felt like we really just needed to move forward with that conversation. So we did provide that report to the committee as well as to our providers, and we hope that really it's just a start. The conversation was not exhaustive, and we believe that it's important to bring everyone to the table and continue that as we look at those practices, because we know that there's areas where we can really do some improvement there. So some of the It's going to feel repetitive because at the end, I feel like we've talked a lot about some things that we're recommending and initiatives, but narrowing that door, decreasing the number of children are coming in. But I appreciate what Representative Humphreys said, that we don't want that pendulum to swing so far that we are ignoring those red flags, that we're not providing families the assistance to ensure that our children are safe. And so I think it's an important conversation that we continue to narrow that door. We really look closely at our statutory definitions. I do think it's time for us to be looking at that. But in doing so, we also need to make sure that we're thinking about what is it that our families need so that they don't reach that point of crisis. And so I think there's a lot of, and I think I noted it in my testimony, there's a lot of special committees, here with as far as our legislature, that are really honing in on mental health needs. Our daycare needs for our children, our education needs. And so as policy makers and leaders are hearing presentations in all of those different committees, they're impacting our children and families as they come into contact with DCF in our system. And so be thinking about really how some of those policy decisions are impacting our children and families. The second kind of particular area that we would identify as a top priority is thinking about that number of youth that are remaining in care. And I think there's a lot of different reasons that are impacting why our children are remaining in care. So we've talked a lot about that particular group of older youth that are having trouble with their behaviors. They're not getting their mental health needs. They're having placement instability. But we also have a large number of youth that are staying in care for other reasons. And so as we are looking at cases, some of the things that we're hearing, and I think are consistent with other reviews that have been done here in the state, are really narrowing those case plan goals and not continuing to change the bar for families, be identifying specifically what it is that brought those children into care in the first place, narrowing those case plan goals and those tasks and those services to address that that concern, and then really be looking at, can we return that child safely home? But that doesn't mean we step out all the way. And I think that that's a conversation that needs to be had both with our service providers, our judicial branch as well, and looking at, as we return children home, once we remove that safety concern, what are some ideas that we can do to continue to provide support for that family and provide oversight? And I think part of that is really amping up some of those aftercare services. I think that's an area that our state really could spend some more time on in amping up some of those services to families. You heard some amazing voices earlier regarding the sole permanency option, and our division would support the legislature considering that as a fourth permanency option for youth, and really listening to the voices of our youth as they, I think, put it so eloquently, talking about those connections that they need. The other piece is looking at potentially exploring post-permanency contact agreements. And our best interest staffing report does talk a little bit about that. I think it really would involve a lot more conversation and looking at other states. What does enforcement look like? What's the impact that's had on other states in permanency? But I think it's worth a conversation. And so I would encourage this group to consider to look into that as well. And to talk about high-quality legal representation. So I think that we've heard some conversation regarding guardian ad litems versus a child-directed attorney. That's work that I did prior to this role. I also had represented parents, grandparents, foster parents in these proceedings. And when we talk about youth and children that are staying in care longer, I believe very strongly that high-quality legal representation can have a dramatic impact on a case and moving things forward. And so as we look at the framework that we have here in Kansas, number one, compensation looks very different across the state. And it sounds like you guys may be asking for more detailed information, and in the testimony, I would encourage this committee to do that. Each county or judicial district has a slightly different framework, and compensation looks different. And that goes for both parents, attorneys, as well as your guardian ad litems. And then exploring what other state models. And there's kind of a shift in a lot of states that I think it was noted that some of the concerns that were voiced by our judicial branch is just our capacity. So we've heard a lot of conversation about our caseworkers and our social workers. We just don't have enough, right? Well, we don't have a lot of attorneys either. And so I've heard from different judicial districts and courts that they are struggling finding attorneys to accept court-appointed cases as a parent's attorney or a guardian ad litem. And oftentimes they're reaching out and looking at other judicial districts to ask if another attorney can cover cases in their area. And so, or there's a conflict of interest. And so I do think as we're having this conversation that it's important that we do bring our Bar Association and our judicial branch into that and talk about what's the capacity. So not just compensation, but just capacity of our legal professionals right now here in Kansas. So I look forward to this next session and continuing to work with this committee and would be more than happy to stand for questions.
Committee, do we have questions? Yes. Representative Humphreys.
Thank you for being here. Thank you, Madam Chair. Did you say how many people you have in your office now?
I have a total of 5 staff. So
Okay.
I have myself and I have 3 case analysts and then an office administrator.
Yeah, and so, for instance, like when you did the best interest staffing report, which is super comprehensive and very interesting, did you take time out of investigating certain cases when they're reported to you to do, how do you what is your time like and that kind of thing?
So that's a balance of time. And so as we're working on these reports, as far as individual cases, we do have to take time aside when we're pulling together reports. This one in particular, because we had so many concerns coming in regarding the best interest staffing process, that we felt that in order to address that, we really needed to pull some of those conversations in, those concerns that we received, and put it into a more of a comprehensive report. But yes, it does take time away.
Yeah, and so kind of two questions, but one of them with this report, so if you're getting a lot of people asking about what happened with the best interest staffing or, not going right. So this 45 pages, can you give us sort of like, what is your recommendation with best, just like, if you really boil it down, what is your recommendation to do with best interest staffings?
So the first one is this is in there, is the number one recommendation is to create some type of stakeholder task force group that is going to look at this. And that would involve some of those folks that we had those conversations with, whether it be from DCF, our CMPs, and who was missing was our judges and our court professionals. We know that those contested best interest staffings, when there's an outcome that someone is not pleased with, oftentimes then those are litigated, then extending permanency being achieved for our children and our families. And so that would be the first step. The second step that we identified and would recommend is that there's some confusion and misinterpretation regarding current policy. So we would recommend that this group would be really extensively break down the policy and think about areas that it needs to be changed, clarified, amended. One of those pieces that we would ask that the group consider in looking at policy is identifying who is actually required to be at the best interest staffing. It's being interpreted differently in practice, and who actually has decision-making power. And so that's a piece of the concerns that we're hearing across the state, is who actually has a voice in reaching that. Right now, under the current policy, the word consensus.
And so, I hear task force and I just go, oh, no, not another task force. It seems like that's kind of what you did. It sounds like you got professionals all together and kind of did that. And so your report says basically, well, let's do a task force, but is there a way to, what does that look like to you? Does it have to be 12 people, because that just takes longer? What can we do to actually get some clarity and solutions here?
The goal around suggesting the task force is making sure that we have everyone at the table. So we initiated some conversations. They weren't required conversations. We may have been missing. And part of that is that we wanted to make sure that we were hearing really from across the state, and that it wasn't just one particular region, or was it being applied differently across the state, which is kind of what we were hearing from different folks. And so one of the key players that was missing from that conversation, like I noted, is the judicial branch. Yeah. And so we do think that it's imperative that that voice is at the table before policy is formally adopted. And so we hope that this moves the bar and moves things forward. Yeah. But I hear your concern when you think task force. You think, oh, that's another 2 years down the line. Can we meet once a quarter? What does that look like?
Mm-hmm. And then my last question, it kind of has to do with my first question about taking time out. So let's say I refer someone to your office because there's something going on that just doesn't seem quite right. How will they be able to reach you? How long till you get back to them? When might you actually do an investigation? What kind of time frame should I tell them to expect?
So as people contact our office, whether it's through our online complaint form or through the phone or by email, our goal is to at least initiate and try to make attempted contact within 48 business days, or I'm sorry, 48 business days. All right, thank you. Between essentially 2 business days. that initial contact. And then from there, as we're gathering information from them, as I noted, I think last committee meeting, I tried to give you an idea a little bit about there are times where it just takes 1 or 2 phone calls and we can get something resolved. Sometimes it's more of a comprehensive investigation. And we're, trying to maintain communication with them as we're, reaching out to caseworkers, reviewing files.
So like your 3 investigators, or I can't remember exactly what you call them, but, I mean, do they just every day, they're like, they're just, there's a big stack and they're getting to it? Or can they actually day by day get through? Because I'm just thinking, I have a family, a child gets taken out of the home. They're desperate. I mean, this is, they want to know what's going on. They're not getting answers from a caseworker. So if I were to refer them to you, is it just like, I'm getting to it, or I understand 48 hours, they'll hear back, but then every day, are they just inundated? Or are you keeping up? I mean, do you need I think the office in Missouri has 12 people. I'm just wondering yeah.
Could we use additional staff? Yes. Particularly as we're looking at trying to improve that turnaround of formal reports, as well as making sure that we're more responsive. My case analysts are really balancing those cases that have formal investigation, that we're looking at reports, versus those that are coming in. And we staff, what are steps that we can take right now that we need to do and prioritize, versus then, setting the time aside then to do that more comprehensive record review.
I have to keep working. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Howerton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 2 questions. The first one should be pretty easy. At the end of your testimony, you have the chart that's complaint investigation activities. You have complaint assessments, I can't read this, complaint assessment monitoring, and then you have resolution reached with assistance. Those are 2 separate, correct? So you can reach a resolution without opening an investigation kind of thing? Sorry.
Correct. And our goal is really, if we can, without opening, so that second column you'll note that it's bolded, no formal investigation is open. And those are times where we have been able to reach a resolution without formally taking those steps to initiate.
I just want to make sure I was clear
initiate a formal investigation. And so, our goal is, as people can get to learn about our division, can get to us sooner, then we hope to see that number continue to increase, that we can reach a resolution without
the investigation.
The full investigation, correct.
And then the second part would be the birth certificates. We've heard questions about that today. Do you have, can you guesstimate how many of your calls are about birth certificates?
I don't have that number in front of me. It's not a huge number. It's enough of a concern that we've looked at it. We've had conversations with the agency about some of those barriers. I think I noted it. I don't know what session, what committee meeting, but it was one of those issues. It's just getting those legal documents, and birth certificates is one of those.
Okay.
And then also social security cards. But there's a lot of interplay between the reasons why they're not getting those documents.
So they have to make a mental note in your head. Okay.
Yes, and that our staff is looking at. Yes.
Carrie, thank you so much. We appreciate you being here and reporting to the committee. Committee, before we move on to the last portion of our day, which are the comments and recommendations, if you could get those together, I would ask the secretary to come forward, please. Secretary Howard. And could you just give us a quick update on the comprehensive child welfare info systems, those RFPs? I had a note to ask you about that today.
Yes, thank you, Senator. I neglected to include that in my testimony this time. I think I had it in last month. So As I mentioned earlier, we are currently in the bid review process. We got, I think it was 17 bids for the Comprehensive Child Welfare Information System. So we have teams that are looking at the technical side of those bids right now. We've not yet looked at it's kind of a whole process with purchasing. So we've not yet looked at the fiscal side of those bids. You have to complete the technical side first. So I don't have very much to say about it today, Senator, just that I think by the end of the calendar year, we should have a better sense of what that process will look like. As a reminder, we had asked bidders to propose solutions and timelines that would allow things to be phased in over time, as opposed to like a big bang in 5 years. But is there like, would someone propose a case management system would be rolled out in year 1, or would someone propose this? So we ask for things to be agile so that we can see impact as soon as possible. I don't know enough yet, and couldn't tell you anyway, if I did, about the bids themselves to see what that looks like. But we'll be able to have more information for you as we get closer to the session.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Thank you.
Committee, do we have comments and recommendations? Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have forwarded a email to all of the committee members. I'm just going to highlight that with you. 1 in 6 children have a disability, and up to 15% of all kids in school have a sensory need. Today, I'd like to personally commend Variety Network Kansas City, a nonprofit organization, and radio station KC102.1. Variety has been doing a number of very important gifts, such as wheelchairs, lifts, etc. They have technology and devices for schools. And for example, in my own district, they have built an all-inclusive child playground. It is so wonderful to go visit there and see children in wheelchairs being able to go up the ramps and into the play areas. It was all provided by nonprofit. Radio station KC102.1 supports the Variety Network by putting their mouth where their money is. Get it? Say mouth where the money is. With all-day radiothons, and recently raised $175,000 this year that all goes towards those goals. So I'm just asking the Joint Oversight Committee and our sister committees in the House and Senate begin considering ways to support such nonprofit groups as the Variety KC Network and to help our special needs children of our state. Together, we can make a difference. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Do we have other recommendations, comments? Yes, Representative Concanon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In light of some testimony that we heard today regarding the sole family legal permanency option, I would like to recommend that we support legislation that will be coming forward in this next legislative session.
Are there other recommendations, committee?
Madam Chair, can I clarify? Yes. Representative Concanon, is that a request to have the committee sponsor legislation, or
it's
just?
Not.
Okay.
And I have a recommendation. We heard about amending the fiduciary responsibility of the GAL. And I'd like to ask that the legislative staff, look into how that could be best put into a bill, which could be a committee bill. And if I could back up, Representative Concanon, I'm reluctant to support something I haven't seen. I would be, I'd love to see it first to be supportive, but I would definitely support a bill being constructed. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, for that comment. My thought was that too, that we haven't seen anything yet.
Right.
I would be supportive of the concept.
Yes.
And asking questions and, doing whatever we need to do to support the bill to make it something that we can get through. But my recommendation is the concept.
Okay. So would you be comfortable with that, our recommendation saying supportive of the sole concept and recommend that it be in the form of a bill? Is that, committee, are you in favor of that? All right. So committee, we've heard 3 recommendations. Do you want us to do them one at a, there's only 3. Let's do them one at a time. Yes. Are there others? Yes.
I just had some comments. Is that okay?
I'm sorry.
I just had some comments.
Yes.
Is that appropriate?
Yes.
Okay.
Would
So
it be
just,
on 1, 2, or 3?
I'm sorry, what?
Would it be on
It would be on a new.
a new one? Okay, go ahead.
So I was just kind of thinking through what we heard today, and one of the things that came up was that we have a Bill of Rights for foster kids and for foster parents, but we do not have one for biological parents. And so maybe we could think about putting something together so that they're aware of their rights and procedures as well. And then also just some kind of standardized reporting from the, like St. Francis and DECA and the contractors, where we're looking at the same information and can compare.
All right, if we're going to put this in a form of a recommendation for number 4, would your recommendation be that the staff look if there is any Bill of Rights for parents whose children might be going into foster care? I'm not exactly sure what you mean by.
Once they are in that process, they need to know what rights they have.
And once they're
as
in
a-
the process of potentially having their child go into foster care?
Once they're taking into foster care.
Once they're taken into foster care? Okay.
Yes.
So are you comfortable with asking the staff to look to see, do we have any Bill of Rights currently for parents whose
Yes.
children are taken into foster care?
That would be great.
Okay.
Yes, thank
good.
you.
Uh-huh. And on the standardized reporting, because that's pretty broad, if we,
Yes.
how could we narrow that down as to what would be in the report?
I think Representative Concanon used that one graph from the lawsuit, so something along those lines, and in including like retention of employees, number of months, versus the caseload averages, like something like that.
Would you and Representative Concanon be comfortable with putting together a list that we would like to have in the standard reporting from the providers? All right. So we would have that be recommendation number 5, that you would put together some standard reporting, standardized reporting.
Madam Chair, I just want to get
Yes.
clarification on that. Let's see, it would be number 4 for the biological parents' rights. Would that be during the child in need of care proceeding or after a child has been declared to be a child in need of care? Or it could be both? Because those are just sort of
I
separate.
don't think I know enough to answer that question.
So you're comfortable with both?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Any other recommendations, committee? I didn't mean to jump the gun. Did I leave anyone out? Yes. Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is not for legislative action as far as drafting bills, but I think when we meet, since we meet on a regular basis, we need some information about what is and isn't being done on the FASD screening. I think we also need to know what information comes out of the homeless encampments that are going on that committee, but, you know, what's being done to meet the needs of children that are in homeless camps. And I think that also it would be helpful for us to know what policies are in place with energy companies such as Evergy that provides electricity to a good segment of our state. But when we think of electricity and water, and if companies are just shutting that off for a home, are they providing any provisions if there are children that are residents of that home? I mean, typically, they're not going to turn off the energy if there's someone that's on oxygen or an ongoing type of treatment that requires electricity. But when you think of the summer and the extreme heat of the summer, and we think of how cold it gets in the wintertime, is it appropriate that children might be in homes with no electricity and/or no water? And so what are these companies doing to take that into account? And I think that DCF could help us with that as far as what they're experiencing, because I think there are times that someone would report a parent for neglect, and that's not really they don't intend to neglect their child. They're just trying to survive.
Senator Baumgardner, what I'm hearing you say then on recommendations 6, 7, and 8 is that these would be reported back to us from DCF. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right. Okay, committee, do we have other recommendations? All right. Representative Humphreys.
Sorry, those first few happened in such quick succession. Did we have on our list to look at the appointing attorneys in lieu of GLs? That's on there. That's number 3. Okay, just making sure. And then it was a little bit different too, I thought, but.
Madam Chair, there's a slight distinguishment in what your specific wording was.
Yes.
Versus
So my recommendation for number 3.
Yeah.
Was that we have a bill, that we ask the staff to work on a bill that would change the fiduciary responsibility of the GAL to the child.
Okay, so, yeah, so my recommendation is to take a look again at the bill that we had from last year. 23, is it 2381?
2381.
That only was in the House, it never came to us.
Right,
Okay,
yes.
So your recommendation is that your committee on the House side look at it again?
Her committee.
Well, no, we never voted it out of committee, and we did have a hearing in her committee. Not a hearing, an informational hearing.
So I would just
Yes.
say then, as far as this committee goes.
Yes.
That's not part of a recommendation for this committee, is it? That would be more of a recommendation on the House side to have the committee on the
Well,
House side look
I
at?
would like this committee to look into it. If it's just the best way to say, okay, we'll take care of it, but I'm asking this committee, after the testimony we had today, to support the concept.
I don't even know what the concept of the bill is, so I mean, I can't.
You remember they were talking about, instead of GALs, that they had.
The guy from the child abuse.
Okay.
Right after
So-
the noon testimony.
Well, I would see, how about if we put those two recommendations together?
Okay, that's
Because maybe what we can have staff do is draft a bill that would have the GAL have the fiduciary, change the fiduciary responsibility of the GAL, and compare that to the bill that you mentioned. Are you comfortable with that? We can compare those two.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, as long as it doesn't fall through the cracks,
I would just remind the committee that this is our last meeting before
Yes.
next session,
Yeah.
so this would not be able to be a committee-sponsored bill approved by the
No,
LCC and
that's fine.
introduced.
Yeah. And then, Madam Chair, I did have one
Yes.
other thing. I'm not giving up on attachment, the science of attachment. And we had a bill last year it was referenced, but it was put together with the Office of the Child Advocate bill. And so I don't know how the committee feels about that concept, but if we vote and they're not okay, that's fine. But publicly, I want to say, we cannot give up on working on what are we going to do about attachment. I don't know that the bill last year was the perfect bill. We might do something different, but I'm not going to drop it.
Again, which bill, to which bill are you referring?
House Bill 2299.
It was $22.99. Yeah, I know, numbers are hard.
No, I just mean, I don't.
It's the bill, it was referenced
It
today.
never made it to my committee.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, and it's House Bill 2299, but it actually did get added to your bill in the Senate Judiciary Committee. It was amended onto your House Bill, you put it in a House Bill 2070.
Okay.
Your Office of the Child Advocate bill.
Okay.
I did.
Oh,
I
okay.
did. Yes, because I was trying to keep it alive.
Thank you.
Good. I'm sorry? It would be part of the memo. Okay. All right, so, okay.
Thank you.
Committee, if we're ready, staff, could you please read each of those one at a time, and then committee will vote?
I don't know how good this is going to be, but I believe Representative Johnson would like to, let me see, KC variety, nope. Sorry. To support funding for the KC variety program. Is that? Okay. Okay. Then the second, we have the.
Let's take them one at a
Oh,
time.
okay.
Okay. And let me just state, Representative Johnson, I love what it sounds like what they did. I'm not a fan of giving funding to a nonprofit that's, doing a really good job with the strings that, come with that. I'm afraid I could not vote for that, for funding for them at this time in this committee. I personally could not do that. But we could ask the committee to vote.
My intent would be that I look for appropriate grants, and I think possibly DCF would be that agencies that actually handle those would be the appropriate funding. I'm not asking that we have a funding bill for them.
Thank you.
I would just
So
like
maybe
for us
could
to
we-
begin studying, and as groups that are here, they know what they'll have, and when they come together at the end of the
So then we
session.
could put that one together with recommendations 6, 7, and 8 from Senator Baumgardner, that this be something that we hear back from DCF on her recommendations and on your recommendation as to other grants, et cetera, that might be available to this good organization.
I'm very comfortable if she would accept that into.
Okay, very good.
Thank you, yes.
All right, and then, so committee, why don't we do that first, then? Let's look at 1, 6, 7, and 8, if we may, Natalie, if that doesn't throw you completely off, because those all have to do with DCF getting reporting back to us.
Okay, so I have, the first one is what FASD screenings are not being done currently. Then what information that comes out of homeless encampments. I don't know what exactly, sorry. I'm
Needs of
really struggling
children,
to-
Yeah.
how needs of children are
To meet
being
the-
met
okay,
in the homeless
yes,
encampment.
okay.
Being done.
And then what policies are in place to avoid shutting down utility service when children are in the home in energy companies?
What is their policy? Not so much what's DCF, obviously, but,
Right.
and on that first one,
Yeah.
what do you have for the first one again?
I have what fetal alcohol spectrum disorder screenings are currently not being
No,
done?
just what are we doing
Or
to
what are we
screen
doing?
for that?
Okay,
Okay,
just in general.
so kind of what are we doing for that screening?
Yes.
Okay, so committee, we've heard those 4 recommendations of DCF. I'm just going to say all in agreement, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, those 4 have passed. We're going to jump back up to number 2, which was being supportive of the concept of the sole family. Legal permanency option, and that we would like to see the bill that's being written at this time. Does that sound agreeable to you, Representative Concanon? All in favor, aye. Opposed? All right, we're going to move on to number 3, which is the GAL fiduciary amended to be responsibility to the child. And we would like for you to look at the staff to look at a potential bill for that, and then compare that to House Bill 2381 from the 2023 session.
Yep.
Okay, committee, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, we are moving on to number 4. And we are asking about the the rights of the biological parents whose children have been taken into custody. And we are asking that you, who's reporting back to us on that? Oh, the staff. Is there anything in place at this time? That would be more of a yes or no, or if there is, what is it? Committee, all in favor, say aye. Yes.
Clarification.
Yeah.
I think what we decided was it's not after they're taken into custody, it was once they're in the process, or how did you say it? It was something different that you asked
both.
about.
Both.
During, both, yeah.
Yes, so
Okay.
taken into custody, and what was the other?
Well, before they're taken out of the home.
During the proceeding, before they're taken into custody.
I mean, is it during an investigation, the parent has rights? Is it once, there's a court
Maybe
date set up?
I think
What
that's
is-
the question, because we don't.
Maybe that's the question.
No.
What rights what rights do the biological parents have? What are, in writing, what rights do they, the biological parents have in any way affiliated with, yeah.
After an investigation, okay.
And Madam Chair, if I might, that dovetails with something we talked about at the last meeting, where remember we kept hearing that, so a goal was given to a bio parent, you must finish this. They are on just the precipice of completing that, and something new pops up, and the goalpost continues to change. And it tends to change as there's a shift in whoever is working the case, so.
How would you like to phrase that, or just keep that?
Well, I think it
would be
helps
a-
to clarify those
Okay,
things.
that sounds good. So committee, all in favor of that, those rights for biological parents being investigated? Say aye. Aye. Opposed? And then finally, number 5 was standardized reporting, and the request was that 2 of our committee members, Representative Concanon and Representative Howerton, put together some kind of a standardized reporting rubric that we would like to have for the providers. Was that you would rather not, or? Oh, okay, not a problem. Okay, committee, all in favor of this, putting these 2 girls to work, say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right. Committee, thank you, and staff so much. Yes.
This is what I asked her. Did we talk about the attachment one? Suggestion?
Oh, good question. I didn't know if that, I thought you just said you weren't going to forget about it, but I didn't know what you wanted.
Okay, maybe someone else has something to say about it.
Well,
No?
I mean, do we
Yes?
need to have a new separate bill just introduced? I'm just asking.
I don't know.
That's why I didn't.
Because it did not have a hearing on the Senate side.
Right,
I just knew it was out there and was trying to keep it alive.
yeah.
So perhaps if a Senate version was drafted so that we could perhaps keep, it's not dead on the House side.
Right.
If we could get it over to the Senate side
Or could we-
prior to.
Could we say, oh, go ahead.
So wouldn't the bill that we had that we passed? No, never mind. I'm thinking of opposite child advocate.
Perhaps what we say is that the committee would like to make a recommendation that the House revisit whatever that bill number is. Okay, is that okay with everybody? And what is that bill number? Okay, 2299. It's the recommendation of the committee that the House Committee on Child Welfare review House Bill 2299, 91.
Did you ask for a vote?
No,
Can it,
I was just restating it.
it's still live on the House side, right?
99. Okay, so the committee recommendation would be that the House Committee revisit 2290, House Bill 2299. All in favor, aye? Opposed? Thank you so much for your work today. Thank you to our conferees. Thank you to our staff and committee. We are dismissed right at 3 o'clock.
I have 3 on tape. Oh.